Welcome back to DreamLeague Season 27. We've got another great series coming up in a second. It's going to be Heroic versus Aurora, but I grabbed some really cool clips that I caught from the match that Heroic played against the Pipsqueakers, and I wanted to show them to you guys. Not only to show the prowess of Pipsqueakers, but also things that Heroic did that looked really close to being amazing, but ended up falling a little bit short. Let's jump into the clips here. First of all, they ended up going with this nice Night Stalker sort of draft, which is cool because it's going to allow you to get some really crucial kills on the enemy heroes. I love the way that Divine Llama approached this gank from the side to go onto the Underlord, which should give you a kill, but they've got supports nearby basically that are ready to cover him in case any of this stuff does happen. So he defends himself with a Pit of Malice. They stop the other people from the side from approaching, and then they're basically able to put a full Omni Slash into a Night Stalker. Really nice play by Divine Llama to use the Helm of the Dominator to control this creep to delay some of that damage, but he ends up getting crushed in this fight. So that was a really, really nice defense there by the Pipsqueakers. But here's what happens if it doesn't go ideal. They jump on one of the defensive supports, they end up dying, they get a nice AoE silence on the enemy cores all together, and they can get crushed just as easily. So when things go well for Heroic, planned the way that they wanted to, it works fantastic because they get a cascade amount of kills, which is great. But in other circumstances here, sometimes they misexecute a little bit. And this is maybe the lesson for their upcoming series here. It's very important that they are executing correctly, that they're jumping and getting good grabs. In this case, jumping on the Storm over here looks good, but if there's a Frost Armor sitting behind him, that means Storm is not going to be dying to this physical damage here. It's going to be a lot harder for them to secure that kill, and then it could just lead to them overreaching again, all in the purpose of trying to get a D-ward here. So this is a painful moment for them to get aggressive when they're playing a Marcy carry. And here they are playing on the high ground. They know that Divine Llama can see them with the Night Stalker. He does a really good job wrapping all the way around here to get to these supports on the back line, which lands the nice silence. But unfortunately, Yuma here ends up missing the initiation. Oops, I jumped clips, my bad. Play 200. Sorry, we're just going to catch back up there. I messed that up. And then 100 speed. He misses the jump, and as a result, he ends up not getting anything done in this fight. He basically just gets Omni Slashed here on the right side, leading to a very bad fight, which looked like it was completely over, but thankfully because of his Aegis and because he was able to re-engage with his BKB and his ulti, he actually did clean up decently nicely. They ended up getting Storm Spirit and other heroes, but it could have been more, right? These small execution mistakes are going to add up and lead to some lost games that you don't necessarily want. Here's another last example that I'll show you. Great jump against the Shadow Demon. He's a good hero to kill, but look at all the buffs. Instant Solar Crest from the Lich. He's going to have an Essence Ring. He's building an Ags, and this skill is going to give him about 15% more HP. So watch how long it takes for him to die, despite being the guy he gets gone on. He also has a 10 strength talent here at level 10, which is great. He lives for such a huge amount of time that that's like half the BKB duration here for the Marcy, who ends up getting Omni Slash to death. So these kinds of things paired together, great defensive abilities from the Pipsqueakers. Heroic mis-executing a little bit on their initiations. This all cascades together with a hard carry that's supposed to kind of win tempo in the early game. That stuff didn't come together, and as a result, it made it a lot harder for Heroic to win one of their 2 games here against the Pipsqueakers. So excellent performance by Pipsqueakers, but Heroic had lots of makings for a 1 game here, but they fell a little bit short.
Thank you.
I suppose I'll take that, but ultimately, yes, Pipsqueakers did get the 2-0 over Heroic, which is a grim result for a team that should be hot off of their Fissure Playground to win. But instead, they are staring down the barrel of being down that series against Pipsqueak. Effie, welcome to the panel. I see you're already getting to clay modeling already.
Hello. I don't know what I'm making yet.
Yeah, so the assignment is that we are being given the clay and we're supposed to make our favorite hero. I would assume the default option for you would be Earth Spirit.
That sounds complicated.
Wait, are we not making Earth Spirit? I'm sitting here making the staff.
That's thick.
I'd love to make Earth Spirit, but I don't have a reference point in my head. Also, I have no artistic talent.
It's
but
because we haven't seen that hero in so long, we don't even know what he looks like anymore.
He looks like a dream.
I know.
That is a tiny head on a large
can I
body.
present to the class?
Please, I would love for you to present. After you just presented your
That's good.
your segment, let's see.
I do like
what
talking
you've been modeling.
for extended periods of time. I worked on this hero during the break, during the podcast. It was a nice little listen. This is the back of him.
This is the back. Now, when you see the back, Jenkins, what do you think this is?
A turtle.
Is it Pangolier?
It's a turtle. I said Pango.
Don't say Pango.
I
That's
said
not
Pango,
correct.
and then Purge proceeded to say, no, there is a hero that is more of a turtle.
What is that?
Tidehunter?
Oh, okay. Jesus, dude. You can't be fucking serious, Kevin.
What do you I can't be serious. Oh, that's not a penis. That's an anchor, obviously.
It's so phallic.
Obviously.
Anchor smash. Anchor smash.
Oh my god, it came off.
Does Tidehunter have a turtle shell?
No, it's a cosmetic.
He's got
That's what I'm
cosmetic.
saying. He showed that to me. He was like, "There's a more turtle hero," and then he turns out he's
Okay.
using immortal items.
So,
It's not an immortal? Maybe.
our task was to build a hero.
Yeah.
You built items. I built Gabe Newell.
If we
That's
could get
Gabe Newell?
the top-down camera to come over at some
Oh,
point.
that's
Yeah,
why.
We have not followed the assignment entirely
And he's
well.
saying, T-Gov, it's time for the patch waiting room 7.40. He's giving him a call. That means the patch is coming out. So I failed. You built a turtle with a penis. So, Effie, it's 100% on you for the late shift. We have to make this Earth Spear right.
I don't even know how to draw.
Everything rests on your shoulders.
Kevin!
What?
Oh my god!
It's an anchor.
It's the little
You
guy.
get a girlfriend and all of a sudden,
It's an anchor.
all of a sudden this is all you're thinking about. It's
Kevin, you
unbelievable.
dirty dog.
So that's
Fine,
where the bar is.
take it away. Oh my god.
Our
You
turtle
want to hold on to this?
I'm good.
Here, okay?
You can keep it.
No, don't hold it like that.
Let me put it on Gabe.
This is where the bar
That's
is set, Effie. So as you can see, it's not tough competition.
I think it's extremely tough competition. I mean, that is a very detailed
proud of it.
turtle shell.
You've got an entire series to think about it, but first I would like to get your thoughts on this series in particular, Heroic versus Aurora. Anything that's on your mind between these two teams?
Honestly, I watched back a lot of the games that they played recently, and I do feel like Heroic are playing worse than they were last month even. So maybe they've just had a couple of rough days, but at some point it feels like they were losing lane position of lost and they were making map movements that were just either worse than their enemies or just don't look as sharp. So for them, I'm a little bit concerned, but I would say that Aurora have not looked great either, to be honest.
That is the
I
beauty.
spent my morning watching both of these two teams.
That's the
so.
beauty of the Swiss group stage, is that both teams that are on similar trajectories eventually collide. What was the initial trajectory for Aurora, though, whenever we had our seeding? Well, let's see what the other teams thought about Aurora before we got into this tournament.
Aurora at number 9, I believe. Like, I didn't see them play for a while. I don't remember when their last official was. It's just based on their past results before. I'm not sure how they will perform now, especially with the new roster. They didn't have that many officials, so it's just based on previous results.
Aurora, we rank them number 9. I think in a good day they can beat anyone. They have good players. Some of them played with me in the past, Nightfall, Toronto Tokyo. They understand Dota on a very high level, but they just lack some Dota synergy or whatever, I don't know. Time will show if they can make it to some tournaments win, but right now I think they're not in a good state.
Top 7 we put Aurora, because I think they didn't play much tournaments, but they have Nightfall. He's like very consistent player and he's performing well, so he is really good and he can carry the team.
In rank 11, we have Aurora Gaming. Kind of interesting team, right? With like Ollie and Mikoto. It's sort of like this random crossover I didn't think would happen. I think they didn't look that good, to be honest, even though they have like good players.
Yeah, honestly, maybe if I had to redo the list, I would put Aurora a little bit higher, even though we haven't seen them play in a while. I'm a fan of the team, so I would like to believe that they took the time off they had to improve. Yeah, I think they have really good players, so...
So overall, Aurora ends up at average number 12. Parivision ranked them quite highly, number 7. Same with Mouse. And only one team puts them below the halfway, or wait, no, there's more than below the halfway point. Tidebound and Aureus put 16 and 14. But I do want to know about this new roster because I heard you on that Not for Broadcast podcast, Jenkins. You were saying that you would buy a lot of Nightfall, but
Fuck yeah, I would.
I've been hearing a lot about this Nightfall in Toronto, Tokyo, and Mira, but what about Oli and Mikoto, the Southeast Asian imports into Aurora? How are they fitting in?
I mean, I will say Ollie in general as a player has always been hugely consistent. He is the type of player that is always going to give his carry a one lane, which I think is what Nightfall wants.
Yep.
Nightfall, he needs that. Nightfall is also like, you know, we have the BKB TP memes. Like, he's a very safe player, but he will be farmed. Like, he will get a lot of farm. And if he's on the right heroes, he will carry you. So I think like Ollie actually makes sense as a support for him. And there was a long time that we were considering Makoto to be like top 3 mids in the world.
Oh yeah, I remember.
I think this team should hypothetically be really good, which is why a lot of teams rated them really highly despite their results not looking good since adding these players.
Yep.
And I'm curious, like, what is the communication like on the team?
English.
Yeah, but you know, Aurora before they were speaking Russian,
Right.
so it's this is a change. I mean, Paravision also they speak English.
Yep.
A lot of people thought maybe that was because Stini is the coach and he needs to listen. Yeah, sure, that's part of it. But also, it's because they just felt like the communication was more clear. So maybe eventually this will be a benefit to Aurora
That's true.
to do that as well. But they could also be a roster where perpetually we're just thinking, oh, what could they achieve? They're good players, and then they just fizzle out. You know, it just didn't work out. I hope that's not the case because I love watching this team.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they have a little bit of issues, though, just from the games that I've watched. I mean, there was a big one that we talked about on day one where there were some weird rapier activities going on Aurora. Like, Nightfall he had a really big throw, which I'm sure sucks. Looking back at it, it's not like he played badly up until that point, but that next game too, bought a rapier, lost it again. It doesn't feel like they're comfortable in the late game state when they have so many situations that just go down like this.
Yeah.
And that's something that you want them to be, because they have 2 C players now who are
They
late
should
game
know.
kings, you know?
No late game. We'll see if they can get to that point as we get into the draft for game number 1. Heroic get first pick, and they take a DK after banning out a Centaur, a Gyrocopter, a Marcy, and Pango. Aurora, they respond to that DK with an Abaddon, and they ban out the Shadow Demon, Timbersaw, Enigma, and a Jakiro. And I believe, I haven't checked the numbers, but I think Timbersaw should still be on a 100% contest rate for this tournament.
I can see that. I like the Abaddon in response to the Dragonite. You can remove the stun if it ever goes on you, if you're willing to burn your ulti. You can save other allies that get jumped. I think what's kind of revolutionized DK recently is the armlet build is just fantastic in terms of how much damage it gives you. Like a 70 damage item or something like that with attack speed, with extra armor. So this hero does not die easily, and it still farms quite rapidly with that armlet into Mask of Madness. So it's pretty versatile, which is nice as well.
It's also, I may be misremembering, but I feel like Nightfall was one of the first carry players to really...
Yeah,
recently, and I do feel like Heroic are playing worse than they were last month even. So maybe they've just had a couple of rough days, but at some point it feels like they were losing lane position of last and they were making map movements that were just either worse than their enemies or just don't look as sharp. So for them, I'm a little bit concerned, but I would say that Aurora have not looked great either, to be honest.
That is the
I
beauty.
spent my morning watching both of these 2 teams.
That's the beauty of the Swiss group stage, is that both teams that are on similar trajectories eventually collide. What was the initial trajectory for Aurora, though, whenever we had our seeding? Well, let's see what the other teams thought about Aurora before we got into this tournament.
Aurora at number 9, I believe. Like, I didn't see them play for a while. I don't remember when their last official was. It's just based on their past results before. I'm not sure how they will perform now, especially with the new roster. They didn't have that many officials, so it's just based on previous results.
Aurora, we rank them number 9. I think in a good day they can beat anyone. They have good players. Some of them played with me in the past, Nightfall, Toronto, Tokyo. They understand Dota on a very high level, but they just lack some Dota synergy or whatever, I don't know. Time will show if they can make it to some tournaments win, but right now I think they're not in a good state.
Top 7 we put Aurora because I think they didn't play much tournaments, but they have Nightfall. He's like very consistent player and he's performing well, so he is really good and he can carry the team.
In rank 11, we have Aurora Gaming. Kind of interesting team, right? With like Ollie and Mikoto. It's sort of like this random crossover I didn't think would happen. I think they didn't look that good, to be honest, even though they have like good players.
Yeah, honestly, maybe if I had to redo the list, I would put Aurora a little bit higher, even though we haven't seen them play in a while. I'm a fan of the team, so I would like to believe that they took the time off they had to improve. Yeah, I think they have really good players. So
overall, Aurora ends up at average number 12. Parivision ranked them quite highly, number 7. Same with Mouse, and only one team puts them below the halfway. Or wait, no, there's more than below the halfway point. Tidebound and Aureus put 16 and 14. But I do want to know about this new roster because I heard you on that Not for Broadcast podcast, Jenkins. You were saying that you would buy a lot of Nightfall, but
Fuck yeah, I would.
I've been hearing a lot about this Nightfall in Toronto, Tokyo, and Mira, but what about Oli and Mikoto, the Southeast Asian imports into Aurora? How are they fitting in?
I mean, I will say Ollie in general as a player has always been hugely consistent. He is the type of player that is always going to give his carry a one lane, which I think is what Nightfall wants.
Yep.
Nightfall, he needs that. Nightfall is also like, you know, we have the BKB TP memes. Like, he's a very safe player, but he will be farmed. Like, he
Default option for you would be Earth Spirit.
That sounds complicated.
Wait, are we not making
complicated.
Earth Spirit? I'm sitting here making the staff.
That's the thing.
I'd love to make Earth Spirit, but I don't have a reference point in my head. Also, I have no artistic talent.
It's
But I'll
because
try.
we haven't seen that hero in so long, we don't even know what he looks like anymore.
He looks like a dream.
I know.
That
Neil-
is a tiny head
Neil,
on a
can
large
I
body.
present to the class?
Please, I would love for you to present. After
Okay.
you just presented your
That's good. We'll
your
do that.
segment, let's see
I do like
What
what
talking
you've been modeling.
for extended
Yeah.
periods of time. I worked on this hero during the break, during the podcast. It was
Be
a nice
gentle.
little listen. This is the back of him.
This is the back. Now, when you
What
see the
it-
back,
what-
Jenkins, what do you think this is?
A turtle.
Is it Pangolier?
It's a turtle. I said Pango.
Don't say Pango.
I
That's
said
not
Pango,
correct.
and then Purge proceeded to say, no, there is a hero that is more of a turtle.
What is that?
I think with Witch Doctor's
His voodoo, yeah.
Voodoo Restoration, the ward was just like...
Yeah, it would constant zap you. So what about Storm Spirit versus Pugna? Is that still zapping you when you zip
Only
every
on
time?
the initial. I think.
Only on the initial?
I'm pretty sure.
Dude, that
I'm not-
Pugna was a counter to that hero because,
I mean, it's definitely still good against it because Storm does cast a lot of spells, but
yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's like on the team.
English.
Yeah, but, you
Number
know, Aurora
7,
before,
same with
they were
Mouse.
speaking Russian.
And only
It's,
one team
this is
puts
a change.
them
I mean,
below
Paravision also.
the halfway. Or wait, no, there's more than below the halfway point. Tidebound and Aureus put 16 and 14. But I do want to know about this new roster because I heard you on that Not for Broadcast podcast, Jenkins. You were saying that you would buy a lot of Nightfall, but
Fuck yeah, I would.
I've been hearing a lot about this Nightfall in Toronto,
10
Tokyo, and Mira,
seconds
but
remaining.
what about Oli and Mikoto, the Southeast Asian imports into Aurora? How are they fitting in?
I mean, I will say Ollie in general as a player has always been hugely consistent. He is the type of player that is always going to give his carry a one lane, which I think is what Nightfall wants.
Yep.
Nightfall, he needs that. Nightfall is also like, you know, we have the BKB TP memes. Like, he's a
10
very safe
seconds
player, but he will be
Heroes,
farmed.
turn
Like,
to
he will get a
battle.
lot of farm. And if he's on the right heroes, he will carry you. So I think, like, Ollie actually makes sense as a support for him. And there was a long time that we were considering Mikoto to be like top 3 mids in the world.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
I think this team should hypothetically be really good, which is why a lot of teams rated them really highly despite their results not looking good since adding these players.
Yep.
And I'm curious, like, what is the communication like on the team?
English.
Yeah, but you know, Aurora before they were speaking Russian, so
Right.
it's this is a change. I mean, Paravision also they speak English.
Yep.
A lot of people thought maybe that was because Stevie is the coach and he needs to listen. Yeah, sure, that's part of it. But also, it's because they just felt like the communication was more clear. So maybe eventually this will be a benefit to Aurora
That's true.
to do that as well. But they could also be a roster where perpetually we're just thinking, oh, what could they achieve? They're good players, and then they just fizzle out. You know, it just didn't work out. I hope that's not the case because I love watching this team.
Yeah, I mean, seems like they have a little bit of issues though, just from the games that I've watched. I mean, there was a big one that we talked about on day one where there were some weird rapier activities going on Aurora. Like, Nightfall he had a really big throw, which I'm sure sucks. Looking back at it, it's not like he played badly up until that point, but that next game too, bought a rapier, lost it again. It doesn't feel like they're comfortable in the late game state when they have so many situations that just go down like this.
Yeah.
And that's something that you want them to be, because they have 2 C players now who are late game kings, you know?
No late game. Let's see if they can get to that point as we get into the draft for game number 1. Heroic get first pick, and they take a DK after banning out a Centaur, a Gyrocopter, a Marcy, and Pango. Aurora, they respond to that DK with an Abaddon, and they ban out the Shadow Demon, Timbersaw, Enigma, and a Jakiro. And I believe, I haven't checked the numbers, but I think Timbersaw should still be on a 100% contest rate for this tournament.
Let's see that. I like the Abaddon in response to the Dragonite. You can remove the stun if it ever goes on you, if you're willing to burn your ulti. You can save other allies that get jumped. I think what's kind of revolutionized DK recently is the armlet build is just fantastic in terms of how much damage it gives you. A 70 damage item or something like that with attack speed, with extra armor. So this hero does not die easily, and it still farms quite rapidly with that armlet into Mask of Madness. So it's pretty versatile, which is nice as well.
It's also, I may be misremembering, but I feel like Nightfall was one of the first carry players to really own Abaddon as a carry. Like, everyone else was dabbling.
You're not misremembering.
Okay.
He also was one of the only people picking it when it was considered to be like bad.
Yeah,
you know,
that's
came
what I
into the
thought.
meta as carry. He was playing it. It fell out of the meta as carry. He was playing it. It's back in the meta as carry. He's still playing it. Like, he just really likes this hero. I mean, I guess you could argue because he has a
5 seconds
built-in safety mechanism.
Sure.
You know, it's you can always.
It's very compatible with his style.
It's compatible with his style. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let me take a look at this draft and wash my hands of this clay.
We'll put the clay away for right now.
Yeah.
It's not easy to get off. I had to wash my hands twice. And then he made fun of my anchor, so I had to get it on my hands again.
It feels weird. No, but Aurora go for the Hoodwink. This is a Mira classic from way back when. Like, he loves this hero. But currently this hero doesn't have setup, right? Like, the way that Hoodwink has looked really good in this match is when she's playing with a Blink Stun hero, she rushes that early boomerang and they try to burst targets very quickly. And like, you do have the break versus the DK, which is always going to be helpful, but you don't have that hero setting up for you yet.
I've been very pleased with the Axe plus Hoodwink combo. I think that's been one of my favorites for her +1.
The only downside though is you're like, the Axe is like, shoot the ulti because I want to chop him, but you're like, it's not full power, and then you accidentally get the kill sometimes, and then your Axe gets mad at you. It's causes a morale issue for sure. That's the worst thing about it.
Yeah, I like Viper as a answer to Abaddon because if you get Hex, or sorry, if you get Orchid,
disable.
Yeah, you break them. I've even seen in like pro level pubs, Abaddon's just dying to burst before they can press ult because their Viper broken. Devi is one of the guys that's really trying to make Viper work in competitive, which is surprising because it looks really, really good in pro level pubs. Like, ever since Thompson invented the new you stand in the puddle build, I felt like the hero was pretty good.
Earth Shaker.
You don't like it, Purge?
That build's obvious, okay? I've been doing that shit for like a year.
No, Thompson invented it, much as how he has invented everything cool in Dota.
I mean, it doubles your corrosive skin, and if you get Ags, your ulti damage, or it does more damage. It's just, it's obvious. He just popularized it.
If I don't see his quote over a random Instagram post, then it didn't happen.
I hate to be that guy, but if you're playing some shit in unranked, it doesn't make it good. It doesn't count.
And it's no, I did it as efficiently, and I didn't rush it as quickly. Yeah.
You could have been a tastemaker purge.
But you're right. I think Thompson watched your stream. He's probably copying.
Yeah, that's definitely what it was. Yeah.
And Tusk, the follow-up for Heroic and Aurora pick themselves up an Earthshaker. Is that sufficient setup for your Hoodwink, Effie, or not yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
That's a good staff, Jenkins. It has to be wider, like it's longer though.
That's an Earthshaker totem, right?
Yeah, his totem is quite. His staff is big.
It's bigger.
Yeah.
Lengthy.
But don't make it look like a anchor.
Don't,
bad anchor.
yeah, don't do that. No,
Does
it's,
my anchor
it's
look
not
better, by the way?
quite enough setup,
Changed it.
Neil.
So
Because
voice.
Shaker is not really a hero you think about that's going around setting up.
Downvote?
It's more
Is that
like this
downvote?
hero is like committal hero. Like it goes in. It's not your bare minimum stun hero. Like you don't just use your blink on Shaker that lightly. It's not like an axe going in setting up for you every once in a while. But honestly, it's good enough so long as you have that disabled. The Pugna follow-up does give a lot of sustain to Aurora. Now with Abaddon and Pugna's ward and his heals coming out, it puts pressure on Heroic to find this hero first. Which, honestly, they can do. But it would be nice if they had a more mobile kind of core coming out. Viper is pretty slow. DK up until he gets the blink is slow. You need that ability to just connect fast.
Every single time I only see 1 or like 1.5 ways to get on the backline. Pugna is the type of hero that will sustain through it. You need that go in and get the kill type hero, and Heroic don't have that yet.
Start this.
Look at it though.
Oh.
And Heroic do have their flex open very nicely. Like, it's usually Devi on this Viper, but you can throw it mid on Whisper too. It's one of the heroes he plays often. With this DK, also, you don't know where it's going. It could be mid, it could be safe lane, and now the Slush Rack has come out. We've seen it flex as a support, we've seen it flex as a carry, and flex the mid lane.
I really like it this game. It's going to be so good at finding these backliners. And half the time when you go in as Leshrac with a Blink Dagger, those heroes are going to use an item to defend themselves. They still die to like the Edict and the Pulse Nova. It's so easy to chase them.
5 seconds.
Good versus Pugna as well, right? Because Pugna can't out heal through your Edict, and you're all magic damage, and he protects against physical.
And they nerfed the ward a couple patches ago, so if like toggle abilities don't trigger it.
That's right.
So Pugna actually sucks against Lashrac now. The only things your Pugna ward triggers off of are his 3 base abilities. So at best you're getting like maybe a lightning, because you're not really going to catch him with the Edict before he jumps in.
That's crazy, actually.
Yeah.
That's like high level knowledge if they know that. I'm yeah, that's a counter then. That's legit a counter.
You play Pugna against it once or twice, and you're like, wait, why isn't it going?
Was it a shadow nerf?
It used to go all the time.
No, it was a thing because it's the same thing with Witch Doctor's
His voodoo, yeah.
voodoo restoration. The ward was just like
Yeah, it was constant zap you. So what about Storm Spirit versus Pugna? Is that still zapping you when you zip?
only
every
on
time?
the initial. I think.
Only on the initial?
I'm pretty sure.
Dude, that
I'm not-
Pugna was a counter to that hero because
I mean, it's definitely still good against it because Storm does cast a lot of spells, but
yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's a really good Lesh game. I mean, I have a feeling that'll be Whisper just because like he would play
5
Lesh
seconds
off
remaining.
lane back in the day. Just it's one of his favorite heroes. Devi is obsessed with Viper
Turn to
as
battle.
well. Like the player pairings just make a lot of sense.
You're going in blind though, and Aurora have the very last pick. So to protect their potential Leshrac mid, Heroic are banning out the Ember Spirit, and Aurora are looking to ban out any support heroes that take out Warlock and
10
Enchantress.
seconds remaining.
Enchantress last ban.
5
KJ.
seconds
Oh, okay.
Gotta
Sure,
ban
yeah.
the KJ heroes.
That makes sense.
And Nature's Prophet is
Heroics
still there.
turn
Now the
to
hero's kind of fallen off a little
Would've-
bit.
it would have given them good push and also a dispel against a decrep as well.
True.
Easy way to like pressure the Earthshaker on his
And,
tower too. You take his tower away, and then he doesn't have as many safe places to farm.
God, he's so
10
funny.
seconds remaining.
Gonna need his brain in a second.
No, he'd
5
never uses it in the
seconds
first place.
Gotta conserve resources then.
Aurora Gaming's turn to pick.
Disruptor.
I mean,
I like it.
of the KJ heroes left,
Ah, yes, that's true.
the Disruptors gotta come out because it's not like you want to play Bane or something versus Abaddon. But Disruptor is cool. Like just the added way to
10
counter initiate
seconds
when
remaining.
Shaker goes in. Like the Glimpse is always going to be a great ability. If you have heroes with Blink
5
Daggers like this
seconds
Lushrock or this DK going in, you have a lot of chase potential. This is a team fighting 5. It fits.
And they have so many like tanky guys that want to run at their opponents too. So like when they jump in with Viper or Lesh, the solution is to run away. Well, now he's going to be able to guarantee at least one guy dies.
When you look at this like trio too of Lushrock plus Tusk plus Disruptor, they're very skirmishy and they can easily take over this early game. If you're working with Pugna and Hoodwink, and if this is a mid shaker, which it very well may be, I hope that it's not, to be honest.
Oh my god, it's not a
Versus the Lesh.
picture.
If this is the case, they're not going to win those skirmishes very easily. The shaker is a much higher cooldown.
Heroic seemed confident this was not a mid shaker if they're banning out 2 mids with Quap and Ember. But yes, the possibility is still open, though. I'm with you. I don't think Aurora should explore it.
It just would not be very helpful. But from the offlane as well, like you're gonna want this shaker to have a pretty decent lane, and none of these lanes look like they would be easy for shaker.
He's not too worried about what the last pick is. He's really not worried.
It ends up being a puck.
Good. Outside of like Disruptor ulti, there isn't that much easy lockdown against him. But once they get one stun on him, he's going to have a bad time, whether it's DK stun or an eventual Hex or a Blink Punch. So, but he does have some save with his team, so it could be, looks like a decent puck game.
It's a very stylish hero for Mikoto. Like, he's a mid player through and through, whereas Whisper is a bit newer to the role. So I feel like matchups like this are very exploitable by heroes like Puck versus Lushrock. It'll give them the added team fight that they need. Like, again, Earthshaker is not that dependable until later in the game. And you look at Aurora's draft, you see this Abaddon, you know he's going to want to hit that Radiance and start grouping up with his Pugnas and his team and running down towers. The question is, how well can Heroic deal with it? And they do have answers. Like, they have the ability to skirmish. They have strong lanes. They don't necessarily have downtime in their fighting. So it's going to be a matter of execution here.
You know what would be cool? If Heroic runs Leshrac safe lane against Earthshaker and then get DK versus the Puck mid. That would be interesting. There's been some crazy lane shenanigans in this tournament, like way more than I've expected. I think even I saw Heroic doing a lot of lane shenanigans in their games.
Yeah.
And Whisper was a side laner before.
Yeah, so then why lane swap as opposed to player swap? Why not just give Yuma the Leshrac?
Because I think Whisper is really good at Lesh. This is like classically one of his best heroes. And I think Yuma's really good at DK as well.
Sure.
That's also one of his best heroes. Maybe not classically, but currently.
Purge, which of these rosters you feeling once all 10 heroes are on the board?
I mean, I just like the tanky running you stuff. The break counter against the Abaddon looks solid if they can coordinate it correctly, and they've got great running you heroes. So I feel like they're going to be able to control things and set up the right opportunities for themselves to make those pieces fit together to make the life hard for the Heroic.
That's what I wanted to. Also, what I wanted to hear was a little bit of this Prince action as we get into game number 1, Dodie Pixel and Quinn.
Prepare for battle.
Beast bomb.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get into the action here between these two, Heroic versus Aurora. I'm Pixel here with Quinn. Quinn, what do you make of this? We're getting a couple of kind of newer heroes. Well, maybe just the one, really. We're getting a Shaker on one side here on Aurora. I'm looking forward to see it. At least in the games we've been watching, we've not got the chance to see much of this hero.
We've not. Shaker is a fun hero to watch. It fell off quite a bit after TI when they nerfed something about him. I can't remember what, but he got a pretty reasonable size nerf, so people stopped flexing him. One of his big weaknesses is that he is pretty slow. It takes a while to get online. He wants to farm those ancient stacks, abuse the Echo Slam on those stack camps people have popularized. Interesting sort of contrast between lineups. Heroic is very much run at you, all about the magic damage, sort of these lower instances of damage, lots of skirmishing. And on the flip side, Aurora, they have a lot of I think they have stuff that makes a lot of sense against it. They have the healing ward, or sorry, the nether ward. They have Puck who can avoid a lot of the damage, a Baden who can tank it up, Shaker who can kite. I think if Heroic doesn't get the ball rolling in a good way, then I favor Aurora a decent amount here.
All right. Oh, yeah. I'm looking forward to see how it plays out because I kind of like what Heroic's got. I think Heroic's got some smart stuff here. You know, when it comes to sort of like dealing with like the carry to Baden, they've got breaks, they've got silences. You know, the combo, the setup can be there. Looking forward to see how this one plays out. And we'll see. All in all, how things go for Toronto Tokyo in this early game. Playing something a little bit different, at least from the more meta picks. See if we can find the chance to get some good slams off this game, which it feels like it's not going to be easy, right? This is not a lineup, you know, from Heroic that you look at and say, well, they're going to get caught in a 5-man slam. It's unlikely.
Yeah, this is a fissure game, not an Echo Slam game. He's playing at range. He's letting his Puck and a Baden cause a lot of chaos. Glimmer capes from the Pugna, and he's playing off fissure, playing at range. He's a backliner this game. He's not tanky. He is not getting in there. He is playing it chill, abusing the fissure spam, which is a very powerful tool. Seen it popularized way more. Sort of the Yapsor style of long ago has been repopularized recently, so pretty fun hero.
On the top lane, how's this little lane go down? Is this sort of free farm for Nightfall? Is he going to feel any pressure from Divine Schofield?
I would be pretty shocked if he felt any pressure. If anything, I think, this is really, I think Viper is super bad against the Baden, to be honest. I'm not exactly sure why they picked it. I feel like a Baden is a very, very strong laner, and you need a strong lane in retaliation. When you're picking Viper, you're scaling W level 1, and you're walking the lane with a crown and 3 branches. I can't envision this going well.
Lane. He's going to see if he can get the first blood, and he will. Toronto Tokyo was gone upon, but was able to fall back just in time. They couldn't quite finish him off. Gave the chance for Mira to bring down King Jungles in return and get that first blood for Aurora.
Very good for them. As CS is not going so well. There's a gigantic wave coming in her tower, so getting that kill will get them a little bit of breathing room to actually farm this wave. If not, he's still missing a lot of the CS. Toronto needs to do some last hit practice.
Damn. Let's see, watch your man. Easy.
Hey,
he's got these. And there you go. Well, Mira tried to help out in that last one.
Not the worst.
Can't get them all. How's the CS looking on the other side of the map for Device? 10-1 up against the 14-3 of Nightfall from this lane. Indeed, not really able to slow down Nightfall's farm. It's not for the moment.
I think the real worry for Devi comes if Mira ever decides to TP up top and kill this Viper. If he ever pushes up a little bit far in the lane, he is a sitting duck for the squirrel.
You're going to see them try and take the fight here. And Ollie will go down, but not before Devi falls.
Nice eye shards.
And at the same time, they get the chance to make the move here on towards Toronto Tokyo. So, both lanes, Heroic getting a couple of kills. Do lose Divine return on that top lane. We'll see overall in that trade as well. Back on the top lane, Nightfall coming up very happily. Barely lost any HP himself and is able to continue to farm. Any sort of pressure really been put upon him?
I think we're going to see a lot more fighting around the mid heroes and the supports this game. The offlaners are pretty AFK, as are the carries, so it's going to be a lot about the support rotations to dictate tempo.
Oh, they're going to get aggressive onto Nightfall, and I tell you what, the damage adds up. He's not able to take that fight. Lee looks for another blast onto Devi, but Devi's able to kite it out. It's going to be okay. They sort of hit that point where they just go on him, and it is enough overwhelming damage to kill the Abaddon.
Yeah, he kind of made Nightfall playing a little bit cocky there, thinking he can fight, overestimating his strength a little bit. Not the kill you want to give away. This hero very dependent. Holy crap, that's close.
Whisper nearly getting the chance to run him down in the mid. Toronto Tokyo going to be in position to find King Jungles on the way back to the lane, and they'll finish him off. Same time back up on the top. Nightfall gets a bit of revenge and kills Devi off. It's all kicking off.
It's this Viper hero, man, it's so volatile. Heroic really likes this hero. They prioritize it pretty early in the drop, picking it just in the second phase there early on, but I have my doubts. This hero, we've not seen it played in the off lane very much at all. I haven't seen it a single time this tournament so far. Mar played it mid one time, but I think with good reason we don't see the hero too often. It has some weaknesses. See if I can overcome those.
And because what do you think the game plan is from Hero when they do pick it? Like, are they imagining that the lane goes differently, or is that not necessarily why you think they do pick the hero and they sort of see its strengths elsewhere in the game?
I'll be honest, I genuinely don't understand why they picked it. They I have to assume they think it's good against a Baden, right? They see a Baden, they pick Viper almost immediately afterwards. So they must have some angle in this matchup they think is good. Obviously, the break is not bad. You can kite him a little bit. You can reduce his attack speed with his Nether Toxin, sort of going this pseudo Topson build. So there is some merit there. The issue lies in just Viper is just not that powerful of a hero. So if you're not having this good start, can be punished very easily, ganked a lot, doesn't function super well from behind. See if they want to put more pressure on him.
A little bit of a setup here onto Yuma, but not quite able to get the Fisher off. Quick Dragon Tail allows Yuma to step back. This, of course, for him down there. Going perfectly fine. He's around the 6-minute power in.
Radiant's middle
He's going to be able to get the grab upon it. It's a bushwhack in onto Whisper, but as you can see, he's already managed to get the pickup on it. Trying to run down Makoto. They get the chance for the glimpse of temp, but the phase shift is there. Also drops the Dream Coil down to hold back the Lesh. As Schofield, he's diving in, looking towards Makoto.
Why didn't he join? Is he just baiting him?
I mean, it might be the big brain bait. I mean, I tell you what, it only went and worked out then. Makoto keeping his cool. I mean, indeed, he had us all sort of asking, why isn't he jumping to his orb? That's because he knew he was going to go and get away with this sort of crazy bait play. Easy kill.
My
Makoto
goodness.
keeping it cool.
I cannot believe he didn't jump there. That was so close. This guy's got balls of steel. Holy cow. He's a pro and I'm not. Goodness sakes.
Be able to step back to base, reset, get himself back out on the map.
Are scanning.
Some fancy footwork there from Makoto.
Are scanning.
Yuma, it's going to see if he can sort of play his chances and step up the wisdom, but Toronto Tokyo already in position to secure it.
We'll get the wisdom on the flip side. Vi has finished up his Dom now, so he's just going to be farming it up. His ability to actually interact with the game, hurt heroes, very, very minimal.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Get some sort of angle. At the same time, though, King Jungle's dealt with very easily by the supports of Aurora. This will just mean complete freedom for Nightfall on this top lane. Take the farm solo. Definitely going to be on track to get a quick Radiance timing. I mean, do you sort of see any way that Heroic can kind of pull heroes together to make a play into the Abaddon, or is this just going to be inevitable? The Abaddon's going to farm, he's going to get his Radiance at a good time against this lineup.
I think it's pretty tough. I think he's set up for success. I think the real issue is they have no pressure mid. They have no real way to threaten this puck. Holy crap, there's a DK smoke mid. That's kind of cool.
He just walks in, gets in with the Dragon Tail opening, but I tell you what, there's going to be the turnaround here as Makoto's in with the coil and the burst onto the two, and the Whisper and Schofield, they're just dead. But get the snowball over towards Makoto. But nothing to follow up on that one, and I mean, that's not the sort of play that Yuma was hoping to walk over and join a part of. He quickly sort of tucks his tail and runs back towards the bottom lane. Nothing good happening there for Heroic.
No, that's quite the disaster. And Leshrac against Puck, it's a matchup that can be good, but you need kill from your supports, or you need somewhere that you can attack and play through. And I think the real issue is because there's no play through top, there's no play through mid. The place they can attack is this Earthshaker, but they're not prioritizing it, right? They're choosing to play through other lanes. Bottom lane was a mixed bag, wasn't super good for Heroic. So because of that, they're focusing all their efforts around mid, but they can't kill the puck. They're walking to a lane and spending all this time against a core hero that they can't kill, and it's biting them. Supports on Aurora so high level, so strong in these fights. You can see it there. Level 6 Pugna, he's coming bottom, and I don't know if there's any defending or fighting here from Heroic.
Yeah, they might just have to let this tower slowly go. And if they're not able to hold the defense on the bottom lane, and they're not able to make plays mid or top, what are they able to do in this early game with this lineup?
It looks like just farm. They've gotten their tractors. They fixed their irrigation, and they are set up for hefty yield of crops. But besides that, I don't know if they're pulling in too much.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Divine, he's clearing through those ancient stacks. He's safely. And dude, he's doing it as well. I told you, it's the tech.
What tech?
The Viper tech.
Oh, he's farming the ancients.
No, the items.
Oh. He's actually buying pipe.
I told Quinn before. Quinn didn't believe me. I was like, it's the pipe. It's the Piper. He's doing it.
It's time to pay the piper.
There we go.
And the piper is Viper.
I mean, because obviously, we're seeing the river. Any chance to play his way out of this one? Not with a Fisher coming in. Oh, I say that. Stick charge is coming, but the ward's there as he casts his final spell. Oakfield's dead. Because they need the pipe, right? But
I mean, it's a really, really good pipe game.
But as you were saying to me, it's not really what you pick this hero to buy.
Yeah, I mean, the issue becomes is you have a pipe, but you're about the blobbiest hero in all of existence. So the enemy can just avoid you, and if they're not being silly geese, they can just not run into your pipe, or they can kite it very easily. They can space you. And we talked about it already, but Aurora have numerous ways to go in and out of these fights to buy time, and so they can wait this pipe out compared to something like a Centaur who can show up in those fights. He has options to increase that mobility so you can actually use it in a better way. Viper, not the same hero. He's a snake, not a horseman.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Getting at least some pressure onto the tier 1 top. Fortification comes out. They're bringing in a lot of backup for this push. We'll see if Aurora want to do anything about it. If they do turn up, Aurora might have a chance to take a decent fight here with the numbers that they have. Starting to lead in on towards Nightfall. We set up in the trees. Get the 70, he gets glimpsed back. And the break, he's trying to get out of it. The combo of the silence and the break will allow him to take them down. Dreamcore connects on a Schofield. They take the Tusk out in response. Heroic, they'll get the tower, and they'll get the big kill there with that combo.
Okay.
Radiant's middle tower.
I'll be honest, I think it's a bit of an incorrect call there from Aurora to try to fight this. You can just give the tower and farm, right? You're working on your Radiance. You're almost at your Witchblade. Your Shaker just bought his Blink. He's picking it up from base. I think giving the tower and just saying, hey, you can have it. And just maintaining the area after when the tower dies probably would have been a better call, but they give up a kill here. Not the end of the world, but not ideal for Aurora.
Gonna try and strike back with a smoke themselves. Bishop block off there on a Whisper. The Sharpshooter jump forward. They've got the burst. Very nicely lined up there from Toronto, Tokyo. Ensures that there's no chance for Whisper to run.
These deaths mounting up for Whisper in the early game. 0-3 now. Not a hero that you want to have these deaths on. Need that snowball.
The jump as well, potentially for more. Again, the bushwhack connects.
Really nice.
And with that, this tier 1's going to be going down mid. So Aurora, despite that bit of a slip up top, still maintaining this lead.
I'm impressed by Aurora so far.
Vi, has he got any way to sort of get out of this situation? Looks like he's tanky enough to survive. They get the glimpse back on the mirror and responds immediately with a TP out. See Toronto Tokyo getting saved here. Healed up by Ollie. The Dreamcore holds back the Lesh. Toronto Tokyo will live. And Whisper, he's going to die for that effort. Yuma also incredibly low. Nightfall and Makoto chase him down. Another fish in from Toronto Tokyo. Kills off Yuma on the carry DK as well. They lose the Pugner, but they get the carry. They get the mid. And they're able to save one another. Excellent saves coming out with the life drain. And to ensure that it's another trade that Aurora, they'll take any day.
100%, and I think you can see there, you can see this kiting ability. You can see there's something weird about Heroic's heroes. When I look at them, there's overlaps, there's things missing. Viper, Leshrac, DK cores is not something you see every day. They're three selfish heroes in a lot of ways. They all want to be the star. They all want to do damage. Nobody's helping each other. And on the supports, it's killers, sure. Both of them want to help kill, but something about the way they combine against the damage mitigation from Aurora, the Pugna, the Abaddon, it fits very well against Heroic. I think you can see it in how easy these fights look for them.
Very close to having another blink into the lineup on Makoto. After this Witchblade, having an excellent time so far on the puck. Something that we haven't really seen from a lot of pucks recently. This sort of just flawless entrance into the game. I mean, this I imagine is sort of the scenario that all of these teams and players picking puck imagine themselves in, right? They're at the top net worth. They're roaming around the map. People are attempting to gank them mid in that laning stage. They're not succeeding. You know, this is exactly what the puck players are dreaming of.
100%, absolutely. And to be honest, Makoto is one of the best puck players in the world. This hero, throughout its history, he has been one of the forefront players. And he's Grandmaster for a reason. People ban this hero against him for a reason. When I think of puck, I think of Makoto, I think of Nisha, and I think of Abed. They are like the puck guys. He's incredibly good at this hero. The laning, the mid game, he's just so hard to catch. understands when to go in and out. Very, very good at this hero.
Yeah, 15 minutes timing there on the tread switchblade blink dagger. Very, very good here from him. And also, as we're seeing from Nightfall, despite that death up on that top lane to that push that Aurora tried to defend, the Radiant's timing still absolutely solid. So I think going to be a bit of an issue for Heroic as the game scales on. They'll still get their next round of items online. Armlet now done for Yuma. If they can sort of find these sort of situations for him to become that turret with the Dragon Form, the Mask of Madness, and the armlet, he's going to hit pretty hard.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
To be honest though, Aurora pumping the brakes pretty hard right now, and I'm not exactly sure why. They finished the Radiance, they finished the Blink, they win a big fight. They look clearly stronger, but they're deciding, no, we want to farm it up. And this is typical Aurora style, right? We know they like to farm. Nightfall loves his gold, but I tend to disagree with it in this situation. I feel like they had opportunities to up, to keep killing, keep attacking, but deciding otherwise. See if it pays off.
Divide the Stein will make sure that Makoto doesn't get his hands on another power rune. Smoke up now coming in from Aurora. Toronto Tokyo ready to go with the slam once more. See what sort of jump they can find. Right, pretty split up right now. Could leave them open to Aurora getting away with a pretty easy pickoff.
This is an awkward smoke. All 5 heroes, nobody showing on the map. It's early in the game. Poor gets caught by this on Heroic. I would be shocked.
Schofield's sort of in position to block
and I'm
the shot.
shocked.
They're going to get the angle for Devi. Toronto Tokyo finds him. I mean, Schofield's around. He's going to come in with a snowball, but there's nothing to be done to save Devi as Devi goes down. Now Schofield also likely to be in a world of pain. Cannot run from this. They'll get the 2 of them.
I'm not sure if Heroic's just not in zone right now, but I don't think that's the kind of smoke that should hit. Really bizarre map state. In the meantime, no one was even really pushing in bottom that much from Heroic. It was staying pretty close by, so turning something that was a little awkward into a really great map state for Aurora. Control of both sides of the gates now. In a pole position to attack wherever they want and continue to farm up the map. Getting control of the gates in this mid-game phase is absolutely huge. It is so hard to push up on either side, and the enemy can just jump back and forth. So Aurora in a great spot map-wise, as well as net worth.
I mean, because for Heroic, are they sort of just looking to just prepare to fight in retaliation to these moves that Aurora make? Are we going to see Heroic try and get out and aggressive a number of their heroes at this point of the game? You know, what's the game plan from them?
It's tricky, right? You don't have the only blink you have is on the Lesh, and he's not going to kill these heroes alone. There's going to be retaliation. You need that Tusk blink before you can actually start comboing heroes together. They are just going to walk up and hit mid tower now they have the pipe completed. It looks like that's what they were waiting for. We have the pipe. We're too tanky now. You can't fight us. And I think there's some merit to that. Abaddon fighting into the pipe may have missed his window a little bit, and now we'll need to farm for some later timings, giving Heroic honestly a much needed breath of fresh air, allowing them to push into some of these areas. Looks like they may go for the Roche even, and it's not the easiest fight for Aurora, even if they wanted to, but it looks like they're not interested. They are all about that creeps.
This is going down quickly. And I feel like as well, like Yuma already started to sense that, hey, you know, things are slowing down. I can actually get back on with the active build, because he did have, as a precaution, the BKB queued up rather than getting this blink dagger picked up. But I guess with the fact that Aurora stopped running them, he's like, well, you know what, we're going to be able to move and get this Aegis time around Whisper. And with this blink dagger now online, they could look to make moves on Heroic.
Yeah, you can see the gold lead stagnating a little bit. It was 5K, like, you know, whenever that massive fight happened around mid, that really good fight for Aurora. Since then, honestly, it's been dipping up into Heroic's favor. So Aurora making some mistakes on a macro scale, I think, and giving Heroic some footing to get back into this game.
Absolutely. I mean, as I say, in a lot of the games that we've watched, I'm just always concerned for the puck lineup when things start to slow down.
Yep.
And Makoto, sure, he's still there up at the top, but give this game, 5 more minutes. If you start to see him slip down on the net worth to like the 4th or 5th position, the puck game's not going to get any easier. So Aurora, even though this Aegis is now picked up on Heroic and it's kind of tricky, I feel like you still want to see them do a little bit more.
I think so too. They seem to be very content playing for the late game, just purely moving their heroes around to the closest creep camps almost. But see, Whisper, he's really rich now. He was in a position before where it felt like he had no business fighting against Makoto at all, no hero interaction. But now Heroic are one of the ones on the aggression. And it looks like they're going to get a free Tormentor. Aurora seem to be uninterested in fighting it. Toronto just farming ancient stacks down bottom. Full economy mode.
Unless, I mean, sometimes this works out for Aurora, sometimes it does not. Bottom, Whisper gets the chance to find Mirror alone. Rich now on him. He's pretty much coming up to the money to just straight outright buy that next item. 4k gold that he's holding on to, Whisper.
He might go for that Hex. I think that's what he's thinking about.
Oh, that could be tempting.
Getting that solo kill option against the Puck is huge. An item that the only thing Puck can do for it is the Lincolns, which he's already buying, but you can still break it with Lightning. Okay, so he does buy out the BKB.
Okay, plays it safe.
Yeah, very reasonable. You can hardly fault him for buying BKB in a game like this. And they do still have ways to kill the Puck until he has that Lincolns. And like you mentioned before, even if they don't kill the Puck, farming, getting tanky, Puck will have damage issues at different points in this game. It is one of Puck's biggest shortcomings is its windows where he has a hard time burning through the magic resistance and the HP.
Radiant
Regeneration.
Because down the line, it's pretty much only going to be the Abaddon, right, that can offer that sort of sustained damage output to give them a chance of killing a hero like the Dragon Knight. You know, especially when it's the DK carry. You know, Yuma, surrounded by this assortment of heroes and item pickups, is going to be a very, very tough sort of raid boss to bring down in the team fight. If things start to slow down, but as we're saying, Aurora, it very much seems they have a read on the game that does indeed say, you know what, we're going to farm it up. It's all going to be okay.
Yeah, no, they absolutely do not feel in a rush whatsoever. Earthshaker is a hero that scales incredibly well. Puck, when you get to that 5-6 slot territory, is a monster of a hero. Heroic with, I think, another incredibly weird smoke, sort of grouping up as 5, showing nobody, and Aurora, they are not getting caught by that. Playing in the trees, pushing up these waves, they can tell a smoke is happening. Sitting in face on Earthshaker and Hoodwink, really scared. Maybe even a little too scared. From yeah, they're like, it's like the horror movie happened when they heard the poof.
Invisibility.
I mean, this angle, are they going to get the chance to find Makoto? That would be quite the grab.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He's playing safe, doesn't dance around close to the twin gate.
These moves, they're too many heroes from Heroic. 5 heroes up in this top corner now, and you know what that means. Bottom lane's getting pushed in by Nightfall. They're dodging up top. They're not going to get their hands on Aurora. These mistakes, they add up. I think Heroic was in a pretty dominant position before, but once again, these macro errors, I think both teams not fully sure what they want to do and not how they want to position their heroes on an individual level. I think on a team scale, they have an idea of what's happening, but some individual mistakes about who's where are costing them in terms of the economy.
They want to come in with a big defense here on the spot lane, and top lane is there. And with the slam, it's enough to bring it down to half HP. Push back to follow up. It's not going to be enough to kill the DK. Nightfall's just dead at the start of the fight.
Oh,
he's gone. Heroic ready to dive in for more. Ollie will fall. Heroic lose nobody.
What are they doing? Like, I think they were so strong for so long, and now when you're running into Aegis, into Pipe, into everyone in Heroic in formation to protect the DK, you all in the tankiest hero with a Pipe behind him with a Tusk save. I'm just not sure what they were thinking, if I'm totally honest. I don't see the angle here, and you know, you feed away your big carry. He's gonna need to go the BKB this game, and you see he was gonna buy the blink, but switching immediately because this silence plus the Viper roll is the second time they've killed him this game.
Yeah, he just immediately dies.
Eventually, you have to imagine that the Disruptor Ags comes out on top of that, and there's no counter for that. You will just die. So the big carry of Aurora, Nightfall, we know he loves to be the scaler, be the ultimate late game player in these games. If Disruptor does get this Ags online, that will not be the case. He will always die in the Static Storm with the Viper ulti.
What the next moves are going to be. The big items continue to come out. You know, Divide doing an excellent job on the Viper of keeping up in farm. Having a great time now with the sort of, you know, Ags Pipe He's not going to die. His DK's not likely to die. Whisper, he can die. Gets caught out in the mid.
That's big. That is very, very big. Puck needs that injection of gold. Needs to stay up on that accelerated curve. Now going super aggressive. Another kill. Makoto.
There we go.
He smells blood in the water. Feeling like, okay, I've got the Lincolns. Now I can't die. There's no threat of DK stun. And without that, feels invincible and starts pushing up on the map some. These are big kills. See if they can get buildings or more map control to follow up on them.
Looking to be in position to start pushing for such as they're inside the jungle of Heroic. 10 seconds until Heroic's going to have everybody back up. Someone's not going to be online for Aurora. They've got the slam ready to go on Toronto, Tokyo again. Closing in on the money for the Eon disc as well. He's got more of a chance of getting in and getting out.
This Shaker hero, when you get really farmed, is such a pain on the waves because he just insta-kills them from so far away. It makes actually getting your lanes out and getting these catches very difficult because there's just a ghost in the shadows exploding your poor creeps. Never saw it coming.
Very close to the 18. So another level 3 dragon form. Aurora get the hold back. A nice little opportunity to get Makoto some action. Ready to resume the farming. Aurora obviously last time tried to go for that 5-man smoke to break things up. We'll see if they want to do so again. I believe smokes are on the way out for them, so they could just try for that sort of attempt to catch Aurora off guard. But you say last few smoke attempts haven't been too solid.
Radiant's top tower.
You already know Nightfall is pinging that BKB. 500 gold away, 400 now, so he will have it soon, and maybe they're more interested in fighting once he has that BKB and won't just die to this Disruptor plus Viper combo.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Right. In position to maybe set things up for the 28-minute Wisdom route. Wisdom Shrine.
Dire's bottom tower
Take this tier 2 away. At the same time, Makoto is putting the pressure on over on the other side.
Radiant's top
Push from Heroic coming in a bit more furiously as the tier 2 falls.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Now the TP back over towards their side of the map. Maybe see if they can catch some of Aurora still hanging around. Aurora, respect the fact that Heroic have returned. I'll get out of here.
Rogue definitely interested in moving around as a ball. Seems to be sort of the MO and the ideology for both teams. They're not interested in getting anyone picked off. I feel like even if we farm a little slower, we play together. As Roche is coming up, we prioritize safety.
It's not a target that they can really go on. The Viper. Never going to be what Aurora want to jump first. So we'll try and see if they can an angle. I mean, in these sort of moves, I guess what ideally you're finding what Whisper on the Lesh, you know, who's sort of the top target to make the jump.
I think when you're smoking into no wards, you kind of take what you can get, but Whisper would be a huge grab if they could get him. Bursting any of these cores would be enormous. We're probably the best one. I think he has definitely been the highest damage dealer this game.
Dire are scanning.
How deep they end up searching for him because
Dire's top tower is
decent
under
position at the moment in the trees and one that they don't expect.
Smokes this game. Miss. Not been on the money. It's hard to say if what exactly is the culprit for that, but definitely not a super high kill game. Both teams playing it a bit safe, playing for the gold. Whether it's stress or just calculated decisions and they've got a specific read on the game. That is the case.
Yeah, Whispers, as soon as he realizes they might sense that he's around, just TP's out. Both teams happy to get that next round of vibes done. The Parasma's closing up. Makoto should be able to pick that up for the next move. There's the Blink Dagger on King Jungle, so more chance that he can get in with that quick sort of static storm to follow up on the Viper Strike. And a solid chance of bursting through some of these bigger targets. But also very close to having the Nullifier to throw down as well onto whoever gets jumped. have everything to sort of lock them down and ensure that very few saves can come out to protect those.
Aeon Disc on Earthshaker, third item's pretty surprising. So when he does get that nullifier, essentially going to burn 4K of Toronto's gold. Obviously great against the Abaddon Pugna as well, so smart pickup. Not one we usually see in the DK this early, but makes a lot of sense.
It's getting passive again.
It is.
Both teams want to farm it up. We'll see who that sort of pays off for more. I mean, it's... Is there sort of like a clear lineup that you would favor in this sort of play style when they are just going to both decide to just hit the creeps?
I have to imagine on the current trajectory, it favors Aurora. I think this Earthshaker becomes really, really powerful as time passes, and I think they have easier ways to execute in the fights because it's so difficult to burst the Abad now. He can kind of run in, give that vision. And I just doubt the strength of this Viper hero moving forward. We saw him have impact in a couple of fights because he gets that ult plus the Disruptor combo and they get a kill right off the bat. But that will not be the case in the upcoming fight. I like what Makoto's doing right now, though. You see this standoff, and Aurora abusing the fact that they have the outpost here. As I say that, he TP's over. They're going to smoke up. Squeezing that little bit of economy out, flying on his own, knowing he can TP if a fight does break out.
Yeah, his game's been very good so far. As I say, this is we've been disappointed by a lot of pucks, but this has been top tier stuff. He stayed up there at the top net worth pretty much the entire game with Nightfall yet to die as well. So, you know, refreshing to see this sort of level puck play. Trying to start things with the Fisher. They'll drop the slam, see if they can blow him up in time. They can. Yuma's gone. Without their DK, is there much that Heroic can do here in this fight? Device on the retreat. They do not want to try and take this. They might have to. Makoto's jumping in pretty deep under the tier 2 tower. Mira's going to get caught out. But will back out. Nightfall is ready to try and get in, but...
what is happening?
I don't know. He's sort of like... Is it the Fisher that was just sort of blocking off his attacks? I think it was combos for like the Fisher wall and the Tusk shards to sort of stop him from getting the hit. So they still get the kill, though. Makoto had to jump out. Got very low. There's the damage output of Whisper by Whisper. He had to put the BKB and run. He's out of HP. He's out of mana.
Fuck died. To what?
Was he just a Thunderstrike tick after he jumped out?
Really?
I think it might have been
low enough for that. Crazy.
Yeah, it was. And I guess, yeah, okay, the corrosive skin damage still ticking down on him from the attacks that he came in with. So a big kill. I mean, obviously getting the chance to finish off Makoto at the end of that one. That's a lot of money for King Jungles, which I imagine is going to go very nicely towards his Aghanim Scepter fund. Yeah, 1,500 gold he's holding on and can start building into that. So a little bit of cast curse there, you know. Talking up obviously how wonderful this play is, and then Makoto, unfortunately for him, ends up giving away quite a big death there.
Yeah, on slightly different pages, I think. What? He just got stuck on the fissure somehow. So weird. I've never seen like it happen quite like that.
Oh no, it was just he had super slow attack speed right from the Viper out. He just got lashed upon, and you know, you can't underrate how much that slows your attacks down.
All right, that makes more sense.
Yeah. Oh, back in action there in the Roach pit. So they go for some sort of steal. I don't think so. Roach's going to be able to take this one without any interruption. But that's going to be Aegis on Yuma. After that little bit of a failed fight around the tier 2, the Aurora went and sort of dove in for. They've definitely given Heroic, again, a bit of a footing back in the game. They've got the Aegis on the DK ready for the next play.
Yeah, and a big timing coming up soon. Whisper has gotten the level 20 talent and almost has the Hex. That is one of Lesh's biggest power spikes. Doubling your Edict damage if you're hitting multiple targets is absolutely massive. Makes it so much stronger at bursting people because if there's a creep or some random units around, you still hit the main guy you want to focus on.
What? Well, he was ready. That one, Schofield.
Zisan Al-Gaib, that was insane. What the heck?
If nothing goes down in the next few seconds, we might get a replay of that one. Get that in slow-mo.
Dude, he saw him and then like in a millisecond. Goodness sakes.
Tormented time for Aurora. Heroic, they did get the Roshan at the Aegis, but not able to get over there and do anything about that. Tormentor getting absolutely destroyed by Aurora. Nightfall will find himself the shard. Well, it's not one that's too crazy, especially when at this point you don't have... Oh, no, it is. Sorry.
Yeah, it's the old mythic one. Yeah, you think about was it the AoE miscoil or something? Or
no, the one that put your attack on a miscoil. Oh, no, that's just the other faster, right?
What was
AoE Miscoil was the talent. It was something to do with Miscoil.
No, the one that made your Miscoil do an attack when you did it.
Was that the shard?
What is that now? That's just not in the game.
I thought that was the other facet.
Oh, that's almost
something like.
Yeah, you're right. I think that's what I'm thinking of. But we never see it because obviously no one ever takes that. Because ain't nobody even skilling Miscoil when they play it back.
The animation on that spell. I think if they reduced the animation, people would skill that spell. But it's like you're winding back to like another continent before you finally throw the spell.
Yeah, but that's where you have to get the Kaya Sanj bit, the cast animation.
The old arcane blink.
Yeah.
Instant requiem.
Oh, that was, let's not bring that one back. There we go, smoke time from Heroic. They want to fight with this Aegis.
Ooh, he's got a gem on Ollie. Not anymore.
Maybe not for long. Oh, say goodbye to the gem. That's now in Heroic's hands.
Not ideal.
Oh. Probably one of those moments where you don't tell your team that you brought the gem initially. Oh, guys, they've got a gem. I don't know how that happened.
Must have bought one. Don't hover over it. See who it's owned by.
Don't hover over it.
Just trust me. It's for the best.
It's bugged. Still 2 minutes to make moves here, Heroic. Again, you know, throughout this all, Aurora, they do maintain this a little bit of a lead on the farm. You know, they're certainly farming the map that little bit better than Heroic. But Heroic, you know, absolutely not out of this game, showing that they still have a pretty formidable lineup in these fights. And again, they're just going to have some of these pretty unkillable heroes potentially. Like, Yuma is not going to be easy to take down in these team fights when he's surrounded by his team.
Absolutely not. And it's I don't know, these weird games where neither team wants to fight, both teams are farming and dodging, pinging their next item. You see this happen every once in a while, and in these games, it oftentimes just comes down to that one team fight. The team that is farming a whole lot or the ones that is dodging, it's hard to tell who tends to come out on top. It's just, hey, there's one big fight. Whoever wins that fight tends to just snowball the game from there because now they can actually build a real gold lead. But we weren't able to do it so far this game.
Let's see what we get here. Damage coming in from Yuma. So the tower. See how Aurora put a stop to this push. It's not going to be easy. Draw on this DK. Tier 3's gone. On to the barracks. Look at the Bishop. Look at the opening burst to bring him down low. They'll take him out the once.
No ult.
Right. Now just sort of back off, get the blink away. Yumi actually looks to try and turn on a Nightfall. Very early borrowed time here as he'll go aggressive on towards the DK. Not going to get the chance to get him. And Nightfall with the BKB pop now looks towards Whisper, but he's got to be careful now, Nightfall. That's the borrowed time and the BKB both used, and neither allowing him to sort of lock down and get a kill. They'll push Heroic back. They won't get any kills out of it.
Questionable borrow time usage. That spell generally works better when you're low HP, not full HP, but it's okay. We all need to reread spells sometimes.
Dire's middle tower.
I guess he's just terrified of them throwing down this break silence combo onto him. Or then you're just saying you're relying on the BKB. Because obviously if he gets caught by the Hex break silence, there's not a lot that can be done.
I just feel like if you get glimmered and decrept,
you probably live long enough.
You live long enough to press it. It's just, Abaddon is so much about drawing spells onto you. It's about towing that fine line, and that fine line was very, very close to him. All right, it happens.
All right, back to building up the money. 4,500. Can pretty much pick up that Octarine next straight up. And again, yeah, sure, they didn't get kills, but they do push back the push, keep half of the barracks alive, at least on that lane.
DK, you can see it in the fight. Whoa, Whisper being a little crazy here.
Oh.
Right,
well, that's fine. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Makoto. Gotta find King Jones.
Cheeky.
They found him.
Okay.
How did he go? Did he just sort of reveal himself?
I don't know.
Because we saw him moments earlier. It looked like he was out of there. He was not.
There was no detection, so they don't have a gem. So he must have just revealed himself.
I don't know, because the creep wave, it didn't take any damage. I don't know if we can get sort of a camera on that one, but it looked like Whisper should have been fine.
Yeah, it's a pretty big whoopsie. Oh, he did cut the wave. And,
did he? Okay, clear the wave.
He got cheeky.
Yeah, that cost him big time. That's quite the pick-off. I mean, Aurora's going to get straight on with a bit of pressure themselves. Now that they got that chance to kill off Whisper there, who's stuck around for a wave too long.
You think in these fights as well, you can kind of see it in this base fight. Once this BKB is used from Yuma, he will die very easily afterward. There's really strong poke with the fissure plus the puck spells. Hoodwink shot, there's a lot of magic poke damage. The pipe will mitigate some of that, but it's not quite enough. Now, with those 2 feeds, suddenly a 10k gold lead materializing. Octarine on the puck. The spam is only going to get more fearsome.
They do now have the Aghanims on King Jungles. So he's got that big Blink Ag Static Storm play. Talk about big Aghanims plays as well. We see the Dream here from Schofield. Also wanting to get his Ags online. One of the more effective ways to, deal with like these Abaddons, right? Now, Nightfall tries to get stuck in the fight. You just boot him out of there, and he's going to have to spend a fair bit of time, potentially with his BKB as well, walking back into the action. Ags on the Tusk could be pretty crucial in setting up these fights and sort of buying space for Yuma to sort of kill the squishier heroes without the Abaddon being on top of him.
Yeah. The downside of this Disruptor build is that he doesn't have anything for survivability.
No, if he gets jumped,
Puck will 100-0 him instantly, full to 0, no questions asked. And that makes it actually really hard for him to play his game. There are some games where this Blink Ags is full safe because there's not these backline sniper heroes, but Puck will just kill you. Traditionally, the way you itemize against this hero is tankability, right? You buy the Solar, you buy the Glimmer, you play the game in an easy, simple way where you just can't die to the Puck poking you. King Jungles has gone for the more all-in route, feeling like they need that ability to burst as Abaddon. It's hard to blame him for it, but it is risky, and it is not guaranteed he will get this ulti off. Based on positioning, he can absolutely just get insta-killed by Makoto. We've seen it a couple times this game, and that has not changed.
Heroic. Definitely very, very much expecting some sort of move to come in from Aurora. Majority of them staying high on the high ground. Not wanting to leave the base. Aurora now starting to grow more significantly. 10k gold advantage now. Nightfall starting to really jump ahead.
That Roche fight is brewing. I don't think Heroic can give that one up. The gold lead is going to balloon like crazy. It's going to get way too out of hand. So you need to find a way to fight. You need to way to get those waves in. As Makoto's riding top wave, bottom constantly getting fissured in. There's a lot of ghost push illusions from Abaddon, so it's not super easy for Heroic to get a favorable map state. You can see them all clumped up on their side of the map. We're doing similar now, but they are going to smoke and look for something.
Oh, here we go. Smoke on smoke. All about the jump. If somehow King Jungles could get in with the Blink Ag Static Storm play on top of this Abaddon, take Nightfall out of the fight, it's going to be huge. If he gets caught first, not going to be quite the same. He's in, wants the BKB, make the jump straight away underwater. Disruptor don't get him. Everything being put into deleting the Disruptor and making sure King Jungles doesn't get the chance to play his hand. They'll now look to strike back the Heroic. They'll get the Hex on towards Toronto Tokyo, end up dying for this. The fight focusing towards Nightfall, and Nightfall still has the freedom to turn, take Schofield down. Look at the 2 supports, Aurora. Will cost them their offlane.
Good so far. Toronto had Refresher still, got a little bit greedy, didn't press it there. So he doesn't get off the Refresh Aeon Disc BKB. I think if he pressed those spells, it would have been really good for Aurora. They might have killed more heroes. Roche has spawned. They know it's up. No Abaddon ult, but it looks like they're going to go for it anyways. DK without an ulti is basically a creep, so I think that trumps pretty much everything else. Knowing the DK ult is on cooldown, he is one weak hero.
Rush. Very much be theirs. Yeah, we're really seeing in these fights, I mean, pretty much as you were saying, right? If they see this Disruptor, he's getting gone on immediately. Yeah. And we saw just how big sort of the effort that was from Toronto Tokyo, just pre-pressing the BKB, making sure he could just go bam, blink, slam. Even with the fish already used and missed, anything they could do to stop King Jungles from getting the Static Storm anywhere near Nightfall.
It is not an easy game for him. Kodo doesn't see him, but if he does, he's dead.
Quite the nice wraparound. Falling low. Fly into the pit. Top of the break. That's the Eon disc popped on Divide. They're going to look for the jump forward. Nightfall, he's in straight away. On towards him, but Divide's already managed to finish the Roche. Gets the Aegis. Divide will get the Viper Strike off. He's surviving through this. Now with the Static Storm down, there's no chance for the Abandoners. He's gone. Toronto Tokyo, though, comes in with a big slam. And that will ensure they get the first sort of round. And now with the second slam, they can take Divide likely down a second time. Make them work for it. With his teammates falling around him, he will fall. Toronto Tokyo there coming in with a fantastic slam to turn the tides despite his Abaddon carry getting caught in the midst of the fight.
Nightfall and the Roche both sort of being bait on a hook here for the real carries of this game, Puck and Shaker. We've seen them absolutely owning in these past fights, and that's not going to change. Abaddon just simply can't really hit very well against these heroes. And so buying the refresher even didn't get the precedent in that fight because King Jungles did find a way to get the ult off. But you ult one Abaddon, can you really kill the Puck and Shaker after? It feels like no. They just keep poking, chipping, fissures, orbs.
They're going to get quite a lot from this.
They
Straight
are.
down the mid. Take this mid set of barracks.
ED on the Puck.
I mean, they might stick around for more and see what sort of response they get. Looks like they're going to play it safe. Respect the fact that these respawns are now starting to come into play for Heroic. Of course, you know, Heroic, they won't have to use any buybacks, but yeah, the mid-racks is gone. We'll see again here. So Heroic, feeling that they sort of get this chance to go for this. Nightfall gets to jump in. First borrowed time's immediately used, provides him safety, but as you say, that Static Storm ready there to make sure he doesn't get that second round. Obviously, the side, it's just sort of eyes on Toronto Tokyo, comes in with this excellent slam, and Fisher to follow up, catching the 2-3 of them, and ensuring that at the end of the day, Aurora are the ones to come out on top around this Roche play.
Since the end of that fight, though, Whisper has gotten his 25, so you saw him jump the supports there. He will kill them both now that he has a 25. He went for the fresher build, so it's the full all-in, blink, double, edict, annihilate people build. It's a very hype build. Honestly, I think it's one of the best builds for this hero as you get further, going for the Wind Waker as well to buy some time, so you're up in the air, unable to be killed while you're disintegrating everyone. Heroic definitely need to execute much better than Aurora. It's very easy for them to take these fights. Shaker, you can't even really burst him in most contexts. There's saves, there's the BKB, the double Aeon Disc. It's tough to actually get a real jump on Heroic, and if you don't find that proper initiation, it just feels like you have no chance in a long pokey fight against Aurora. The Ags now on Puck as well. Refresher Shard. It's 3 refreshers on the 3 cores. That is so many spells to try to live through.
Definitely looking like Aurora's kind of slower, safer approach this game is absolutely paying off with this lead that they now have, and all 3 cores in such a fantastic spot. Not in any rush here, Aurora. It definitely seems that there's going to be a pretty safe way to make their way towards victory here in this game 1, unless Heroic can come in with some insane execution in these team fights.
He has picked up the Wind Waker on Dabai, so pretty big. Can maybe get a key save off that buys them some extra time. Whisper said it before, but he has his queued up as well, so they're trying for this double Wind Waker. They know that they need some ways to disrupt things in fights. You see the 25 talent on Puck now as well. The Coil pierces BKB immunity, and insanely good talent against the Leshrac especially. When he blinks into this fight, he's getting coiled and he's not going anywhere until he gets that Wind Waker. There's nothing he can do about it. Aurora, this team, these players are no strangers to playing this way. You think back to the BetBoom team with Nightfall in the prior years. They had so many late game games with these refreshers, sitting on hills, playing incredibly disciplined. It almost felt robotic when you played against them. Plenty of experience.
Davai wanted the shield brood. A little bit of a bait, but maybe they don't want to go completely aggressive on him. They'll pop out the Eon Disc. Shooter will connect to Toronto Tokyo. Yeah, he wants to finish off the job. He jumps in here with the Echo Slam. Not quite enough to burst him though. The Stave comes in for Schofield with the Snowball. They'll pop a second Echo Slam to ensure they can take Divide down though. So that's the Viper gone. Coil down over towards the Tusk. They'll pick up another. Immediate plays there. And again, just really good aggressive jumps from Toronto Tokyo. We've seen how he has had no hesitation to sort of just go in with these solo slams time and time again, and more than happy to drop the double slam there just to ensure that Divide is not getting out alive.
Just taking one kill at a time. They're not too worried about killing everyone. They're not even trying, to be honest. They're accepting we kill one guy and then we can push and do whatever we want afterward.
I mean, yeah, because as we can see, he doesn't have any neither of them have buyback. So nearly a minute. Aurora's going to get to come in with this push if they want to.
Do still have the refresher on Whisper, so the threat of the jump with the double edict, the disruptor ult online as well. So if Bad does hit this building, he might just get insta-killed. But just poking with the puck for now and blasting. Nightfall might know this. Also has the ult in 10 seconds. If he does go up and hit this, it's very possible he gets insta-killed.
Have a look. Take a look at the jump. They get the stun opening on towards. This is the Dragon Knight, the side Jumo. Get the BKB on. Let's turn towards Nightfall, but Nightfall, he's going to get healed up and get the chance for the prototype to come out the end of it. Whisper's in trouble. He's gone. Has got buyback available. We'll see. The respawn starting to come in now for Divide. They will not be able to hold Aurora off this top set of barracks. The melee racks is taken. Toronto Tokyo also looking to finish off the range racks. Aurora, they're definitely going to stick around for more if they want to try and push out this buyback from the Lesh. As we'll see if they do indeed go for that push down bottom as well now.
They know the DK former's wearing out. Forcing this Lesh buyback would cripple his economy. Probably would never get to Wind Waker.
Guys on Divine again. Nightfall. Oh, ends up getting pretty deep there. See? He's going to get caught by the break. Sharp's blocking him off as well. They're trying to finish him off, but the borrowed time is there. Slam comes in for Toronto Tokyo as he jumps over the walls, and that's Divide gone again for 90 seconds. Yuma getting pretty low, but Toronto Tokyo will end up having to jump away, and Whisper's hot in the chase. Gets the stun over the three of them, but the push right catching onto him. Whisper's in trouble. He's gone. It's a dieback on Whisper. He's out of the game. Yuma also to fall. They don't have the money for buyback. This game is over. Aurora, they'll close it up.
Heroic. They picked heroes that wanted to skirmish, fight a lot, get kills, but that was not this game. This is a slow farming game when you're playing against the triple refreshers. You're playing against the Shaker from Toronto Tokyo. Had massive impact. You feel like for next game, Arog, I think you need to go back to the drawing board. You need to pick more teams.
Up here at DreamLeague.
Yeah, once you get punched by the little guy, it hurts your confidence, you know?
Pip squeaky.
Yeah, I mean they had some good punches this game at least. They got some big kills on the Abaddon and it looked really nice and clean. I as a Viper enthusiast, the pipe. Some games it makes sense. You get your magic resistance into like ridiculously high numbers. Your opponents can't kill you. They make mistakes. The hard thing is that against really good players, they are way less reactionary to making obvious mistakes like that. They won't necessarily say like, "Oh my God, that Viper is visible. We should throw everything into him." They will just
with magic damage.
No,
they will make slightly better decisions, and then your hero pick ends up not being as valuable as somebody that can stun or is high movement speed.
Yeah, instead they were spotting out the disruptor and being like, target acquired, I'm echo slamming this one dude, because that's all I care about.
Because if he's dead, nobody's killing Nightfall.
Yeah.
They don't have the item mute.
The silence plus the Viper break.
Yeah, the silence plus the break is what they needed to kill Nightfall, which they did a few times. I was actually very impressed by those picks in tandem with each other. That
was cool.
It did give them an opening into the game. It's not like this game was completely favored for Aurora by any means.
No, there were even
it was
moments
going both ways.
Like 30 minutes into the game, Heroic was pushing high ground. It seemed eager.
Yeah, they tried.
Ambitious.
They tried to push high ground.
Tried. It was the operative word. Did not succeed.
Yeah, I mean, this game is a bit odd because with Heroic, I just feel like throughout this tournament at least, their laning stage has just not been that good. Like, sure, they did end up getting the first Aegis. They ended up making some pushes, recovering the net worth deficit that they were playing from because the lanes didn't go well with the Aegis. They even got the second one too. Like, they were making good map movements, but they were losing lanes, making it harder. And then also they were just getting picked off at some point. Like, there were a couple of times that game that I just saw Lesh dying to a couple of Aurora heroes on a different side of the map than the rest of his team. And there was even one time where Lesh died on the right side of the map, and at the same time Disruptor's dying to Puck on the left side of the map. Like, they were getting picked off, they weren't really combining together, and that's not necessarily their fault. They found it hard to push because they were playing against so much range damage, so much poke. Like, it felt like Aurora were able to defend without having to commit any of their heroes, throwing out Fishers, throwing out Sharpshooters, kind of baiting Heroic to maybe overextend to try to dive these heroes. They couldn't really do that, so they had to give up on the push. But then they just got picked off too much around the map. It felt sloppy.
Perhaps we can relive some of those moments, Purge?
I would love to relive some of those moments. I have some clips for you guys that show some of those choice initiations they were able to grab against their opponents. The magic of having stuns, of course. This one was pretty fun. Smoke on smoke action here. They spot approximately where the Disruptor was. He went hunting for him. He ends up finding him. That secures that kill, which makes it easy for his team to get the backline jump. But very quickly after initiating, he realized, like, oh, I don't have a refresher for 3 more seconds, and they can actually run me down. And as a result of that, his team basically decided, okay, we're just going to back up here and disengage from this if we can. And if we can't, that's okay. So this one didn't end up producing like a lot of outcome, but it still showed them very much in control. And here's another example. They're in the Roche pit. They eventually decide to jump in with Echo Slams and BKBs and things like that once it's all run out. And it just makes it a lot easier for them to win the fight if they get to choose to go in here. Great Echo Slam. Tons of stuff on the ground that they get to pick up for free. And the final example, the Violama just thinking he can grab a little shield rune at 400 movement speed flying through the air like that. And it looks fine for him at first, like he burns some resources, but the power of the stun, especially when the break, his magic resistance drops down to a mere 55% with that pipe there. But he ends up dying. Like, it doesn't matter how tanky he is. Eventually your opponents will have chain stuns and leap and the ability to initiate and choose fights on you. And that's the weaknesses of their draft. So it becomes easier for their opponents to like say, okay, we're gonna squeeze the clay out of your body, and then we're gonna build
clay
shapes out of it that are not phallic.
I know what shape, what you want.
Nope. I said not phallic. I covered myself.
Here's one step ahead.
But what was cool in that clip where Aurora won the Roche fight with their Earthshaker was at some point in this game, Abaddon just stopped being the most important hero. He kind of just functioned as this like meat shield, like of just absorbing every spell and just allowing Mikoto and Puck to do all of the damage. Like, he just went in first, threw his body in there, and knew that the Shaker plus Puck combination would be able to clean house if they threw too many spells at him. And as that game progressed, it just felt like, well, this Puck is doing too much. How do they deal with the Puck? And at that point, it was way too hard to do it. And Abaddon was just standing in front, like, daring you to go on him.
It's funny, because everyone says, oh, Nightfall, he's so one-dimensional. Bullshit. He's got Mikoto on his team now. He doesn't need to be the hard carry. Makoto has done that for his entire Dota career. Just let him do his thing on his puck. But really, it was Nightfall being good that he could transition into that kind of offlane role.
Sure.
Good for what are you laughing? What are you laughing?
No, it's true. I laughed because he was an offlaner at some point too.
Yeah. Funny.
He was an evil genius offlaner. And perhaps returning to that form. I think also why he felt so confident being in that position was this abandoned meat shield position is in case things did go catastrophically bad, the Pugna was also there. And so no matter what, there was a lot of backup plans.
Pugna looks broken, by the way.
He's been, I think, for like the past few months.
This hero looks really good, even against counters.
I think the first place that I would say nerf the hero is like if you decrep an ally, make them take more magic damage. Because right now it just looks like too obvious. It's like playing Oracle now. You're like, I'll just throw my second ability on somebody and there's zero consequences. Nothing negative about it.
Are there actually any spells that have negatives now on allies if you cast them?
Pugna decrep, your ally can't attack.
Sure. Okay, yeah, that counts.
That's the only negative, I think.
A technical disarm. I guess like technically Ringmaster or the banishes. Do banishes count?
Is there
Hear me out. No, Purifying Flames. If you press it on your allies without the Fate's Edict.
Cold Embrace, you
because it will heal them eventually.
Yeah.
Let's say Fate's Edict is on cooldown and you're pressing Purifying Flames.
They'll lose HP.
Yeah.
Initially.
Press it on your Morphling, all of a sudden the power shot's coming in.
Oh.
They're dead. You're dead too because you're getting yelled at, threatened.
They've removed a lot of the double-edged stuff out of Dota. Perhaps
Double-edged is still in the game.
Oh, that's true. It's also a studio making Relic Arena, wishlisted now.
Shoutouts to .com.
Shoutouts to .com. Shoutouts to also all these teams that have been participating in DreamLeague because they are participating at various locations all around the world because this is a semi-online tournament. But some teams who do want to take it quite seriously will go and boot camp together. Heroic was one of those teams, and we were wondering what their boot camp situation is like.
Hello guys, I'm Babi, the team manager of Heroic, and today I'm gonna show you a little bit of our bootcamp, so come with me. Starting here outside, we have our ping pong table, well, it's not ours, but the cat, and a small gym for the boys to, you know, work out. Coming inside, here is our kitchen. Let's see, granola, tunas, eggs, protein bars. Here is our lunch. Let's see what we have. Some salads with proteins and stuff. Here's our playroom. Some people are missing. They're either sleeping or not in the bootcamp. They're in their houses because they live in Europe. Hey KJ, what are you eating?
Salmon, chicken, couscous, vegetables.
Good. Hey Capertado, what are you doing?
Just preparing drafts for our series today.
Thank you. So I'm gonna go up, show you guys a little bit of our rooms. Maybe I should not open the doors, so let's see. See, really big rooms we share or sleeping individual rooms. And last but not least, this. After a match, a hard day, this amazing point just to relax, looking at the ocean. I hope you enjoyed it, and thank you.
That song was saying that Michelangelo is in Rome, but I think the spirit of his sculpting prowess is here in Stockholm, because my panelists are...
Stockholm.
Stockholm. They're crafting something truly spectacular here.
Truly.
Truly spectacular.
Truly.
Who you're asking.
We are witnessing,
In my opinion, it's spectacular for
a
sure.
virtuoso performance of... Yeah, you can actually show the
Show
face.
the face.
It's really bad.
It's not.
Can you tell who it is?
Oh, you added ears.
I do earrings.
You added little ears.
Well, 'cause
Very
he has
cute.
stud earrings.
You're right. You're right.
He wears studs,
Yeah.
but I can't really make the studs as hard.
You work on that Earth Spirit, and Heroic are going to work on Gyrocopter first phase as we get into the draft for game number 2. Aurora are going to first pick a Timbersaw, and Aurora first pick Timbersaw response Gyrocopter after banning out Marcy, Abaddon, DK, Jakiro, and Jug. Aurora, they ban out the Shadow Demon, Enigma, Ursa, Centaur, and Pugna. Oh, nice. Pugna finally gets banned.
To me, those are the good answers to Timber currently. If you consider them that, if you consider there to be any answer, it's Ursa and Gyro. And I think that for Heroic, Gyro makes more sense because they will play it on King Jungles as well. Like one of the few teams that will still run the Gyro position 5, and they do a very good job playing around it.
It's nice to see it versus Timbersaw, though. Ideally.
Yeah, it's good.
You just pair it with a stun, and it's one of the best carries you can place against them on lane.
Is there some out for Timbersaw though? Can you just like go jungle or something? I know people are getting more armor, which obviously isn't very good against Rocket Barrage, but
And all you really need these days is a strong support to withstand a difficult lane.
Okay.
Like, he doesn't necessarily have to leave it unless it's terrible and this fort has gone roaming.
Well,
Timbersaw does maintain his 100% contest rate. He is now the only hero that has stayed 100% contest, but does not have that great of a win rate. 7 picks, 43% win rate. So despite being so popular, he's definitely beatable.
Yeah, I agree. I was personally kind of surprised by how much the hero is getting picked and banned. I mean, I'll just say from personal anecdote, the Timbers I've seen in my pubs have been beatable. It depends on like what you're picking. I do feel like this like high magic damage in Gyro and Skywrath Mage is definitely an answer. I guess the one caveat is that the current Timber build is he really likes to build a pipe, like Tread Soul Ring, Kaya pipe. So in a way, Timber also counters these heroes.
yeah, it's like you have a window, but eventually it becomes a problem. And I at least like that the hero is strong enough that you have to first pick it. Therefore, your opponent gets like the whole draft to be able to address it. Because in pubs, when I struggle with it, it's when somebody picks it in like second phase or something. So you don't necessarily get a bunch of counter picks. It's just like, oh, we happen to have strength heroes. Well, he's going to destroy those 2 heroes all game.
And strength heroes have been good in Dota for a long time, but Timbersaw has not been popular for as long as strength heroes have been good. I think what ended up happening with this hero is people finally stopped taking the Shredder facet. Like at some point, people gave up on reactive armor, right? And they started to skill only Whirling Death and Timber Chain, and then take the Shredder facet and just try to do as much damage as possible. But it's like cycled back now to taking the, what's it called, Jenkins? The
second
yeah, it's just cycled back to taking that and taking your armor again, which the 2 things people gave up on, and they were like, oh wait, this is actually good because all the other stuff got nerfed, and now this is stronger. And now you have this hero that just pumps up almost infinite amounts of damage with a way to sustain on lane.
Well, honestly, like you don't lose lane to a lot of the heroes that would beat Timber in lane before. Like Ursa doesn't beat Timber in lane. You go 2 points reactive and then max Q, and you're playing into a guy that will just out harass you with no mana items, right? Because you're not using the W, you're only using mana on the Q, which means you can go for, like, watch any Timbersaw player right now. I guarantee you, first item, Soul Ring, fuck no, you don't need the mana. Belt of Strength. It's pure strength items. Good luck last inning against a guy who has like 90 damage and a ton of really low cost, high damage harass.
And Belt of Strength gives you 0.6 HP regen as well, so just like further makes your lane long.
Is it irresponsibility of these carries that they're not like focusing more on not standing next to the trees against these Timbersaws these days? That twofold gives back the mana regen and makes Whirling Death so...
Yeah, by the way, the mana regen that you just mentioned is also a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
For this year. I was going to say Earth Spear because I'm making Earth Spear right now. But it is actually a big deal. It's like
10
You made an
seconds
anchor
remaining.
right there. I see it.
that's a foot.
Oh, okay.
That's a foot.
5 seconds remaining.
We'll see how this turns out.
Not Shalak.
Heroic get
What were you
their
saying?
hands on a Nyx assassin. Support duo Skywrath Nyx.
That's a classic. So much damage between these two heroes.
And Disable, like they cover for each other,
Yeah,
right?
they do.
You've got Skyrath who's going to pump out the magic damage needed to take out Timber, but now you've got the stun behind it. Like the ability to just hold down a hero. And it's very easy for your Nyx to just press your Carapace and walk into a chakram, and then just have the setup for it after that. It also looks like a really nice Invoker game for Whisper, who's been obsessed with the hero recently.
Timber is so hard countered in this game. It's not even funny. You have every single hero on the team is good against Timber. Even Mars is good against Timber. Tons of magic damage. You can stop him from using his W to get out of the arena.
Some nice catch as well. Some defensive items. You can buy like Yules if you need it. Make his jump a little bit less
5
scary.
seconds remaining.
I guess this will be a true test of Timbersaw, and if teams can just give it away and win after giving it away, we'll see here.
Our Heroic's 5-position hero is going to be too weak though. So, well, Nyx and Sky are typically 4s. What if they just have a strong dual lane somehow?
You can honestly, if you pair the Nyx with Gyro, that's a strong lane. Like Liquid don't even run 4 and 5 anymore. It's like both of their players are 4.5, 4.5. And worst case scenario, like Sky Mage in this game, his goal is to just press Mystic Flare on Timbersaw. Like you don't necessarily need to prioritize farm on this hero either if you want to run him as 5.
Makes sense. Yeah, he's never really needed much farm. Got to do damage to stay alive at this point.
We'll see if Aurora do fear that Whisper Invoker as they are banning out mids. They take out the puck, and Aurora going to be sending a Pango most likely there.
I do like the Pango because if he gets to initiate first, he's really going to disrupt the backline. Skywrath Mage is very vulnerable to this hero because he does almost all physical damage. Sky has no armor, sometimes has HP. And Nyx as well could be disrupted, and he doesn't have to worry about Carapace either. So he can definitely disrupt these fights if they have good vision advantage. Might be hard against Nyx though.
And conceptually as well, like Heroic really doubled down on this magic damage idea versus a first pick Timber. Pango loves that. Like this hero gets a BKB from his ulti, right? He loves to play versus these heavy disable heroes in the early game, take away that strength of theirs, just lead the team fights. He's going to charge in on these heroes without a cure. Also, later on in the game, the kind of carries that Pango fears are the ones that are going to start killing him in Rolling Thunder. You know, the TAs that are melding and two-shotting him. Gyro is not one of those heroes. He does a lot of damage, but it's not bursty.
Yeah.
It's a very good Pango game.
5 seconds remaining.
Is that an anchor?
No, that's a leg. It's another
that's
leg.
good. That's good.
You're just thinking about anchors because of his.
Are you making a SpongeBob SquarePants over there?
This is Earth Spirit SquarePants right here. Not done yet. Don't worry.
Work in progress. Doom gets banned out by Heroic, as we are most likely looking for another Toronto-Tokyo hero. By the way, based off of last game, I have not associated Earthshaker with Toronto-Tokyo. He does not have that many games. Obviously, because he has not been an offlaner for that long, it makes sense. But he only has like 11 Earthshaker games on his career. High win rate, though, 72% win rate. So I was quite impressed with his Earthshaker performance in game number 1.
Sounds like he should play it more.
It seems like he should play it more.
I mean, that guy has been pretty impressive in his transition to offlane anyway.
That looks good, Jenkins.
Oh, thank you.
I see it not being an anchor now.
Put it all together.
He's got a strength heroes. That's certainly been a fixture of his playstyle for a long time.
That's a good point.
They do a mix of bans here with the Doom, I assume, preventing the heal of Gyrocopter that basically solves the eventual satanic thing that Gyro might need to man up in the end. They ban the Troll, which would have been a really good hero to lock down Gyro once BKBs come out. It goes fun.
This is a cool stun pick. I mean, the idea of stun versus Gyro has always existed because Gyro as a hero has 2 types of damage, right? As a carry. Like he'll do a lot of magic damage early in the game, and later on he does a lot of physical. And Sven is a hero who his entire kit is built around buying a BKB and going in. He counters both types of damage with the Warcry and the BKB, but on top of being a good solution to Gyro, it's also just good versus all of the other heroes. Like BKB counters all of Heroic's lineup. So they get the free BKB that Pango has. They're going to have this Timbersaw buying Lotus Orbs and just trying to soak up a lot of spells. And now they're going to have this Sven just ravaging through the heroes are heroic.
And he has so much raw HP too that assuming that he's not chain stunned from full to 0, he's usually going to be able to have enough HP to get a BKB off.
Seems like chain stunning him from full to 0 might be realistic though, because if he inadvertently cleaves himself into a carapace, there is a lot of follow-up damage, especially now that you've got a Slardar as the last pick for Divine the offlane.
It diversifies their damage type too. Now they're not all magical on heroic. They have a means to amplify gyro in this late game.
I mean, I will say in lane, Slardar is like a classic counter to Sven, but you're playing into Slardar, or you're playing into Sven Warlock. I don't really think you're gonna harass out the Sven there. He should free farm. It does give them a better carry to carry matchup. Like Gyro plus Slardar is enough damage amp to actually potentially win the 1v1 versus Sven. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of the offlane Slardar. I feel like it's way better mid.
It's definitely weaker there, but it can work. He can be more utility. And to be honest, as long as he gets a shard, if he gets a good blink crush and applies amp damage to 3 heroes, and then the flak starts flying through, we're talking about a lot of damage amp. And even like the second skill on Mars, you don't have to buy a lot of damage items with Corrosive Haze for that skill to be scary, because it's a crit with minus armor.
If they end up throwing KJ on this guy with the Slardar, this could strengthen the lane and actually threaten the Warlock plus Sven at all times. But I don't know how keen they are on swapping their players around.
Yeah, you're right. That is a weird one, because I think like Nyx Slardar is good in the sense you're double melee. You want to cut the wave anyway. But it's bad, and you can do that against Warlock, but it's bad in the fact that you pick Slardar to beat a Sven in lane. But with Nyx, you're not going to do that.
I think they're just thinking about overall team composition more so than laning.
Probably.
That's the aim.
Yeah, probably.
But they keep losing their lanes, so I would like them to think a little bit more on laning stage 2.
Sure.
Well, Heroic are hoping to get this win, and once they see this Sven on the board, maybe they're hoping that they can beat it. Let's find out in game 2.
Prepare for battle.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for game 2 between Aurora and Heroic. I'm Eddie Pixel here with Quinn. Quinn, we're getting to see some of the same old stuff, but with a little bit of a kind of a throwback to I guess a previous time. We're getting some Sven coming in, a hero, a carry that a lot of teams have strayed completely away from.
Yeah, Nightfall is a classic of his, but you're right, we haven't seen it often, and for good reason. I think the hero is honestly a bit sus. It's countered by a lot of the popular heroes, but this is a pretty good Sven game. There's a lot of these sort of singular, one guy blob, no shenanigans, no funny business, and Sven is very good against that, very good at shredding through this Gyrocopter, through the Mars, and one-shotting these squishy supports. He's got a Warlock to back him up in lane, so he should be all good in the farm department. I can see why they picked it. It's also one of Nightfall's favorites. Farms very quickly, and that is his favorite attribute.
Fine. Let's go, Phil. I'm going to mess around with Nightfall a little bit, but I'll be able to kill him. Got to make sure they get the trade on the bounties. 2 for 2. Now, let's see how some of these lanes set up. That sort of ending decision as well. Obviously fun to see from Heroic. Switch things up a little bit, at least, you know, having Whisper, taking this Mars mid, Divide, taking the Slardar off to the side lane. Can you sort of see why they did that?
Yeah, I think it's better, probably. Mars is kind of bad against this Warlock Sven in lane. Whereas I think Slardar has quite a good matchup against both of these heroes, so I think the swap makes quite a bit of sense. I also think Whisper is as good of or better Mars. And also, there's some aspects of this mid matchup that are good for Mars. You can slime him out of his shield crash. So if you time that really well, if Pango gets greedy and tries to do big double jumps, then you can cancel that. So Whisper should also have a fine time mid.
So, sort of all in all, do you have a preference on the 2 drops coming into this game too?
I think the Slardar last pick was pretty good, but overall I have to say I prefer Aurora's again. Depending how well they do against this Timbersaw, if they massively shut him down and they play really fast, then I think there's some potential. Like, Aurora's heroes are very slow. Warlock, Sven, Timbersaw, these heroes need some time and some farm before they come online. But if they do come online, like they did last game, then I think Aurora's heroes have a lot going for them. Let's see if they can actually make it over that hurdle.
Is under attack.
Sure, because yeah, last game we definitely did see Aurora able to take to those later stages of the game pretty confidently, and Heroics not quite able to keep up there in that first game. Slow and painful loss for them in those final moments. Not stop Aurora.
I will say, I think they have better scaling than they did last game. Slardar with the gyrocopter is some fearsome damage, and Gyro Sven, while it may be a slightly Sven-favored matchup, is not the end of the world. Gyro can deviate slightly from the normal build, get stuff like a butterfly to counteract the Sven. You do have some timings later on, and you have the amp damage on your side as well. So the last pick, changing that dynamic a little bit. It's not near as hopeless as it was last game.
Oh, nice. Some solid landing there from Yuma. He was getting pretty perfect CS against Toronto Tokyo, and has kept Toronto Tokyo incredibly low, diving the tier 2.
Holy crap, shoot him again.
Oh, I think he would have had it with the second hit, wouldn't he?
What? I think so too.
Oh. I mean, maybe he did the maths and he was like, well, if I hit him, he's going to have like 1 HP and it wouldn't have actually been enough to kill him.
Bro, math, you gotta try.
No, he's very low on the HP. I think that was the last tango right in Yuma. But I guess felt that an extra click wouldn't have done the job.
I feel like if you're going under that tier 2, you're going full hog wild. You're going all the way. I'm getting that kill, hell or high water. He decides high water.
Now, obviously, with the chance for Toronto Tokyo to reset, get back out, he's back out at full HP. And yeah, Yuma now to slowly regen back up after a lot of his HP was tanked there for that effort. That does not succeed in him getting a chance to get the kill.
Lane is still going quite well for them, though. Lane is honestly, so many of their heroes are specially tailored to hate on this Timbersaw, Nick, Sky, Gyrocopter. In these early skirmishes, he will not be having a fun time. Definitely needs items before he can really play these fights well, balance out some of the amount of kill threat they have for him. So it will be a slower game, a more quiet game from Toronto, I think, than last game where he's getting involved with that Blink Dagger. I imagine there will be quite a deal of farming, getting that tanky stage where he can actually have all these nukes cast on him and just push through.
No.
See, let's go for a lot to start maybe grabbing some of these waves. I mean, Dwight, I'm not too bad right now, but not really slowing down once again Nightfall at all. Good free farm for the Sven here in the safe lane.
And you can see how much this bottom dive affected this lane. Like, Toronto was under so much pressure, but he got so much breathing room because, like you said, Yuma had to play safe and regen up very slowly with these tangos. Impacted the lane quite a bit, a lane that I think they were in pole position to massively dominate. Now are just a few hundred gold ahead, nothing too crazy.
So a risky move that just did not pay off. In the mid whisper, seeing if you could get the angle there. Will not be able to.
Angler, the king of spam. Mars may think he has 2 good nukes. Tango has 2 better nukes. That hero has mana, he just does this over and over and over again, and it's so hard to sustain through it.
Yeah, King Jungles did head up to see what was going on around the Ancient. Mirror, and he's going to look to turn towards him, and he'll get that chance to bring him down, get the first blood.
A solo kill. It's not often you see a support solo kill another support at 5 minutes. Mirror making it happen. With that, I think if you look at the 2 heroes combined, Aurora probably winning this lane, or at least drawing. Toronto is pretty happy now, full HP, 2 points in the reactive, working toward those treads. He's chilling.
They'll see what they can sort of get done with this TP. You know, King Jungles comes back out into the map onto the top lane. See if the 3 of them could join together to get the chance to bring Nightfall down. Nightfall's got backup coming in though. Mirror's here. And Heroic, they're not going to be able to get the kill. And if anything, Devi, he has to run. We'll get caught by the stun. Star's not going to grab him. Mirror shooting them out a little too short. Doesn't quite grab him. So Devi will be able to live.
Bit of a whoopsie there. That'll cost you. TP up there, use all your mana, you don't get the kill for it. It feels really bad on Tusk. It does ferry out the clarity, so a huge part of support early game gameplay is managing your mana, making sure you have enough spells to stay on the map and have impact. You're not going to run to base. Ferries out the clarity and ready to keep skirmishing. We'll see if they vie for the Wisdom Rune or what their plan is. Photo did deviate slightly from the normal Pango build we see, so he did buy the boots, looking to presumably get more involved in the game, involved in these fights.
Mid. Mira trying to make an effort on towards Whisper, but Whisper does have the back for King Jungles. Makoto thinking about going for the Rolling Thunder play, but doesn't want to go for it there, considering Whisper had the chance to back up to the tower.
Dire are scanning.
Not the easiest of rotations for Makoto this game. I imagine we'll just see him farming around mid lane, reacting if someone goes way out of position, but everybody's pretty healthy on all fronts if you look around the map, so not anywhere he can easily turn up and get kills and continue to spam Whisper. And I could see a world where we get an early rock this game. Ollie just continues to spam pulls the Chaotic Offering, and not too far away. With that, attacking someplace that maybe their first option for a real move is Timbersaw is farming. Sven, you already know he's farming, and Makoto with no options. Will be a slower early game.
And from sort of the side of Heroic, now that they've got the potential for Whisper to set something up with the ultimate, I mean, can you bring sort of support back up in on their side to try and make a play onto Makoto, or is that just not really going to happen?
That might be possible. It's just he's got Raindrop. They're actually smoking the Gyro mid. With Gyro, it is definitely possible. Sure. Really weird skill from Yuma. 303, no ulti.
And then they go with the Rolling Thunder. Kotozo, he's going to be able to grab the regen room for himself. That might just be that. I don't think anything else is going to go down here. They'll back away.
Makoto smells the danger. Hell, something was off. I'm not sure if they called that no one was showing on bottom lane, but Yuma was missing for quite some time, became pretty apparent. It also seems to be a move that Heroic does consistently. It seems to be at 8 minutes, we can smoke the carry to mid. That's a play they've talked about or something, because that's 2 games in a row they do it. Neither game it really amounts to much, so it feels almost like they're following a script compared to making moves that they think make sense in the moment. Not what you want to see, but I also don't think it was a terrible move. It's just Makoto played it pretty safe and dodged it.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Maybe seeing if they can get the chance to move it under the tower for Nightfall. But it's going to have the angle here. Arena's down. The opening's done with the spear. They'll be able to blow him up, turn towards Ollie as well. They even brought Yuma across the map to make this move, and nicely as well for Yuma. He gets the last touch on the 2 of them, gets that double kill, and they'll be able to put some pressure onto the tier 1. So whilst the move mid didn't work, the move top certainly did.
Oh, it's a great usage of, they use the roll mid, a bunch of heroes react and TP, and they realize, hey, there's a vulnerability top. Gyrocopter pushes in the bottom wave and goes through the gates. Seen Skitter sort of pioneer this move, doing it every game on Gyrocopter during Falcon's era of dominance, and he was taking a page out of the Bird's book. Great move, and Sven, a hero that hates getting ganked. The whole kit is predicated around being extremely fat, extremely farmed, and if he's not ahead, and he's behind.
Radiant's bottom tower
back to the bottom lane. Has to be a bit cautious though. Aurora. The pressure onto the tower. He's got King Jungles by his side. On Tokyo having Mira ready to potentially go if they do step away from this tower. Especially with the fact that the Pango's also looking to get involved in the action down bottom. Make a quick move over here, but looks like they're just not going to seize any sort of chance to get in on towards Heroic. Heroic playing very safe to make sure that they do not get caught by this sort of movement.
Yeah, this is a classic sort of happening whenever you don't have any real pressure in the lane, right? The Gyrocopter is full HP, there's no spamming. Gyrocopter is chilling, so if he smells a gank coming, he can just walk backwards and play off the fact that his teammates will TP if they dive. So Aurora not actually able to force anything here, even though they want to make a move. Makoto wasting time here. And with the boots as well, he was looking for something with 0-0-0, so slowing down the defusal timing a little bit. Maybe some slight misplays in terms of item order. These things have more impact than you would think.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bottom lane. Coming in, Whisper. He's going to get the catch straight up on towards Toronto Tokyo. They've loved the Timbersaw. Mira, he's got Ollie by his side, the 2 supports, but trying to push on. Maybe with the back of the Makoto, they can find kills in return. I mean, could end up with Mira still going down. The spear connection from Whisper lands on towards Makoto. This is just going disastrous for Aurora. They give up an ultra kill to Yuma. They tried to sort of use something there to turn things around after they lost Toronto Tokyo at the start to that arena play. But they just ended up feeding one by one.
That's why you don't force these moves. Pangolin, I'm not sure if he had the defusal at that point. Maybe he had just picked it up, but you're under the tower. The whole team's going to TP. You know they're all going to TP. Suddenly, Heroic is 5. Just an oversight from Aurora, coping a little bit that this is going to go better than it was. When, if you played high armor pubs for any amount of time, you know as soon as you touch this tower, if the enemy can TP, they will TP. You will all die, and that's what happens. Aurora, uncharacteristic mistake.
Yeah, that was rough. They ended up giving so much. I mean, you see it on Yuma's net worth now. He has shot massively ahead of anyone else in this game thanks to that ultra kill. The Aghanim's pretty much done. A massive mistake there made by Aurora. They just had to sort of let Toronto Tokyo die and just get out of there. They lost everything in that fight.
Yeah, first picked Timbersaw. They responded with Gyrocopter Sky. You've got a slow game, right? You picked a Sven. You know what you're getting yourself into. You've picked the farmiest 2 side lane cores one could possibly come up with, aside from maybe Spectre and Spectre. So they will be sitting around.
Massive timers across the board now from Heroic. Whisper's going to have the Blink Dagger. So the Aghanim's on the Gyro. I mean, we saw obviously last game, right? Aurora sort of hit the position of the game where they just wanted to hit creeps. I think after that sort of experience, it's probably what they're going to want to do again this game.
I think so. Heroic, they have much better tools to actually force things this game. Blink Dagger completed on Whisper, ferrying out the clarity. He's really farmed. 0-0-5, a part of almost all of Heroic's kills with the Ags finished on Gyrocopter 13 minutes.
Yep.
One of the earliest Ags I've ever seen.
Getting an ultra kill will do that here. 11 minutes in.
It will do that. The entire gold lead is pretty much Yuma to Nightfall.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So we'll see what they choose to get done with this Blink Dagger on Mars.
Schofield, he's out with the Vendetta. Not going to get the chance to get their hands on him this time. Forcing reactions though. Heroic, they are fairly grouped up around here, so I mean, Aurora do step out. Heroic might look to take a fight around this. Schofield trying to get this important information for the team.
With everyone leaving top and bottom lane, you see King Jungle's TP to the triangle. Dalai Lama walk from top lane to mid. It's just so obvious where your moves are. Immediately, Toronto pushes bottom lane in. No one's even close to this mid tower. And sure, your mid tower is going to die, but it was going to die anyway. There's no defending this. So in bringing all these heroes, you've lost out on some economy, and this tower was going to die anyway. You didn't need to bring all these heroes in this awkward way and waste so much time.
Actually backing up to make sure that the Wisdom doesn't go over towards this attempt at a steal from Mira. But they'll make sure that the Shrine of Wisdom does stay in their hands, and Mira try and run. There's only so much running he can do here from the two of them, and at the same time, back over in the mid, they still get the chance to make the play and kill off Makoto.
Yeah, he just got a little overzealous, got silenced by this max silence of King Jungle, 6 seconds. Ulted by the Gyrocopter and just dies. That's, you do not want these kind of deaths on Pangolier, especially against Slardar. This is a matchup in particular that you need to be really farmed in because you need this plate mail, you need to get to this armor item, but first, you have so many core items you need on Pangolier, Diffusal, Blink, Aghanims, and then only then can you start to buy these armor items. So in this game, even if he does get roll off, he's getting amped and Gyrocopter is going to eat him alive.
I mean, yeah, Yuma is getting everything. Agent 700 here on the KDA. He's having a dream time. And a lot of it's sort of just getting handed to him by these mistakes from Aurora. This Gyro, he's just going to be massive. He's going to be pretty much an entire item ahead of the Sven most of the game if this sort of pace continues.
Reverse James Bond.
Yeah.
He is an absolute monster.
Are fortified.
We'll have to see if he wants to farm the BKB before he puts it to use, or if he's interested in putting his foot to the pedal right now, because, I mean, he's spoiled for choice on what he can do, right? Aurora, you look at this Timbersaw, he's not even close to the pipe yet. Nightfall, he's got a Mom Echo Saber, but he's not fighting anything until he has Blink and maybe BKB too. So Heroic, I think they should be playing as aggressive as can be, whether it's the Roche, whether it's killing heroes, something, but you are unfightable right now. Will be the Roche.
They just say, well, Aurora, they just have to ignore this completely?
Yeah, I think so. Fighting this would be a suicide mission.
here for Aurora to do anything. Heroic getting this very early. Roche put into the hands of Yuma. Already not really a hero that they've wanted to run into Aurora, and if they try and do it now, it's definitely not going to go too hot, especially with the fact, yeah, BKB just 100 gold away from coming online here. Not going to be an easy game for Nightfall to keep up on. Got a huge gap between him and the Gyra.
Question is, Mira will feed.
Radiant are scanning.
Question is, what are Heroic going to do with this Aegis? How are they going to use it? How are they going to maneuver their heroes, try to squeeze Aurora in a little bit? Because we saw last game, it didn't look like they were super comfortable doing that. Seeing them get Aegises, be in dominating positions where Aurora wasn't able to fight, and they were not able to put it to good use. So, have they learned from their mistakes since last game? Can they build that ever so sought after gold lead? Because it's not been increasing over the past minutes, even with the Roche.
Yeah. No, we've definitely got to see them try and do a little bit more than they were able to execute last game. And they've got all the sort of setup that they could have hoped for to have the chance of making those sort of moves. So no excuses for Heroic this time round. They've got the lead, they've got the Aegis, they've got that BKB now on Yuma. They're ready with the smokes. They're going to look to try and keep Aurora under control.
Yeah, they're moving up toward this top lane. I like this a lot more. Davai not being a part of the smoke, not trying to put all 5 heroes into it, but instead managing the waves, doing it with just a couple heroes, and trying to put the pressure onto Aurora, squeeze them in slowly, reduce the amount of camps they have to farm.
See how aware Aurora is of this. Makoto and Oli playing pretty safe. Makoto out of the area. Let's go for it. Having eyes on the supports, but obviously not what Heroic really want to reveal themselves for. So the supports will be allowed to escape. And all Aurora dodging this attempt pretty nicely, maximizing what they can get out of the map, whilst Heroic looked for that smoke.
Under attack.
Good opening with the crush. Opening on Toronto Tokyo. Device taking quite a bit of damage though for the Chakram. Back away from Toronto Tokyo, and he'll manage to stay safe. The stun connecting puts a stop to another Timber Chain, and another pickup for Yuma. And Makoto and Mira looking over at the river. Shard's not going to catch on to Schofield. Already out of there with the Vendetta. Heroic showing that they still had the potential to even burst through the Timbersport, despite the fact that Toronto Tokyo just picked up the pipe. Doesn't matter. They can absolutely take him down through it. Damage only going to continue to fly out. Yuma, it's got a Chrysalis coming out on the courier. Tier 1 on the bottom lane is going to be going down. They're keeping that pressure up that they need to with the lead that they've managed to build up, and keeping Yuma in prime position.
Dire's bottom tower has
Yeah, Nightfall's still working on that BKB, but even when he has it, you're playing its amp damage. You're playing against what is going to be a Daedalus Gyrocopter before too long. That does some serious damage, and there's a Tormentor fight coming up. It looks like Aurora is interested in fighting it, but there is a flying machine coming through this portal, and I don't know if you want any business with him.
They're going to try and go on him. His backup is kind of far away. So of course Yuma with the Aegis in that round. Indeed, the flag cannon just flying out. Ollie's dead, and the rest of Aurora very low. And then to jump in to fight, finds Makoto in the trees. Schofield's got the stun set up on a mirror, and the Mystic Flare from King Jungles. I mean, sure, the Gyro, you know, Yuma comes through in that position. They take him down to once, but that was just all part of the plan for Heroic. On his second life, backup comes in, and Aurora, they don't stand a chance again in these fights.
Great play from Yuma, going through the gate saying, yo, I got Aegis. Yep. Just come help me. Come, okay? If they go on me, I don't care. We're going to kill them all. And he's right. It's a great call. And I think this game is evidence why we don't see Sven. 0-1-0. Completely not a part of the game.
I mean, that's the, he's in this game, but I've not seen him in this game either.
I have not. He died the one time, and I think that was it. He hasn't been on my screen since then.
No.
And he's not going to be on our screens for a long time. I'm not even, when I look, right, this slaughter is such a problem. We saw it come in the last pick, flexing the Mars to mid, and
that was smart.
They've got so much magic damage, but they have a lot of physical damage too. A really nice mix on Heroic, and that means itemizing is really difficult. You see the pipe coming out, but it didn't save Toronto down bottom. You see some other games, that pipe coming out means invincibility.
He timed that perfectly as well.
And the scuttle.
And he's out of there.
What a beast.
I mean, he literally waited to that final millisecond You know, Mira was very happily taking this Shrine of Wisdom, and then you have Schofield interrupting at that final moment and saying, yeah, I'll take that.
That's so funny.
We'll see that again. Look at this. It's literally, the ring was just about, it was just about to go to Mira. But look how close he was. Just,
oh my
look
god,
how close that was.
Dude, Schofield owns.
And then that, yeah. I mean, you can't do it better than that. There we go, indeed. That deserves a bit of a smile.
Dude, this guy, he's done this type of crap so many times in pubs. He's the ultimate goober. That smirk, I've been victim to that smirk far too many times.
See? Okay, Aurora, we're going to try and go for something. Rolling Thunder. Then, not enough control to lock down the mark. They'll turn that attention over towards Devi. The stone's coming in for Scope, and the arena comes down as well. They're able to kill off Devi. This time round, they have the numbers. So Heroic aren't going to be able to push back into Aurora. They get the kill, they get out. So Aurora finding something. And again, where so far they've not been able to make such moves, they're able to pick off at least the off lane, and they don't lose anyone themselves.
Hope to see, though, that Heroic, after this, they speed things up. They've just used God Strength, they've used Roll. You are very strong. I don't think it's to their benefit to sit around and wait, because these smokes will keep coming out from Aurora. They have the potential to get pickoffs now. Nightfall has finished his BKB, so he will go near enemy heroes, and that means that, you know, they can get these kills and reset and keep the farm up. It was 10k, now it's down to 8, and by no means is Aurora down and out of this. Gyrocopter, as you know, the big single core, he is very strong, but it's not as if this is a Terrorblade or a Morphling, some end-all be-all super carry. It's a Gyrocopter. He is at his core a tempo hero and can get outscaled.
I mean, do you like, or would you like to see the alternative that Yuma did opt to go the defensive step next, opted to get the Satanic finished up rather than the Daedalus? Do you think he could have gotten away with getting the Daedalus finished first?
I think he couldn't have got. I think he could have got away with it. You know, feeling like things are a little bit too risky.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I don't think they need damage necessarily, so it's not an unreasonable purchase by any means.
Sure. Just becoming what's sort of now unkillable target, right? As you'd expect, right? If you've got BKB and Satanic at 23 minutes in, right? He's not gonna die.
Yeah, I think it requires very specific chain stunning to kill him. And that's just uninterrupted, assuming they get every spell off in perfect succession. He can maybe die, but it's very unlikely.
Aurora, understandably, very scared right now. Do not want to get caught in a fight with up against this Gyro that continues to be 6k ahead of that of their own cause.
But Heroic, after that lost fight, giving away a kill, they're very, very bunched up. And we all know what that means. That means they're not going to be gaining, because that means Aurora has the freedom to move around wherever Heroic is not. Heroic knows they're stronger, they want to fight, but why on earth would Aurora give it to them? They know they're weaker. They're going to stay away, they're going to keep farming, keep playing for more items. Nightfall will have the blink soon, so it's potential to get pickoffs of his own. Toronto getting tankier and tankier and tankier. This Gyrocopter versus Timber matchup is great early because of the magic damage, but Gyrocopter is a split damage hero. He kills everyone sort of all at once. He's not a super focused one guy down hero until he has like Rapier or things like this. So as his Timber gets tankier, they will have issues dealing with him, especially when the Lotus comes out and that amplified damage becomes less of a problem.
Position on the high ground. To the side, getting the chance to go for a jump here on towards Devi. Not enough damage and control to kill him off. In fact, Devi comes back in with a clutch on to the two of them. Yuma's coming in from the side. They'll drop the golem down, but they will not be able to save Mira. Whisper in with a beautiful arena, catch it onto the three of them. They'll take out only both support's gone. See if Yuma can run down more of them. They're going to try for the BKB TP here, Nightfall, but it's not going to work out. They can kill him off through it. And off to the side, Schofield. He's got the stun back up, puts a stop to the attempt of an escape from Makoto. Try and hide in the trees, will get out with the blink. Just with the no TP, well, he's not on him. He's going to be stuck here for a little bit of time.
surely they clicked him.
Back in action. Yuma's getting the push going down on the bottom lane. They take the tier 2 out. I mean, looks like Schofield's still hunting around for him, indeed, knowing that Makoto can't get out here. And indeed, Schofield finds him, finishes him off. You can't escape from this guy. And again, there comes the smirk from Schofield. Having a great time.
The smirk and the Poogies. A classic combo. As they come raining down the triple Poogie from Heroic.
The
a rare triple Poogie. Write that one down. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see if it pays out.
Do you ever drop a Poogie on your enemies?
I don't think I have any Poogies.
Oh.
I don't think I've dropped one.
That Poogie's crying.
That's sad.
That must be one of Aurora's Poogies. They're not having a good time this game. They're terrified because soon Heroic's going to be in the base chasing them off.
And Eben fleeing. Aurora sent Poogies from Heroic off to wherever the heck. Where do Poogies come from?
Poogie Land.
Poogie Land? Yeah. Okay. Well, Poogie Land has a few more civilians. After
Poogie Wonderland.
Poogie Wonderland specifically.
Anyway, well, that's the dead tusk. I appreciate the effort. You know, Miri went for some sort of steal. Not going to happen. Heroic, they get the Roshan, just on Yuma.
Radiant's middle tower is under
How do you think being dead as a hero works? Like, are you in like a box watching everyone else fight? How is the process of being reborn over and over again work?
Oh, you're not. It's just it's a new hero that just looks like the previous one, but it's not the same.
But
the lives, the memories of that iteration of the Tusk are now gone. It's replaced by a blank slate of a hero.
He spawns and he doesn't even know who's on his team. He's got to like, figure it all out.
Yeah, exactly. You got to figure it out. Get out there.
Whoa.
I must have them all.
Sounds like a side.
Maybe that's
I'd watch that.
I mean, I don't know how the lore works. That's almost certainly not how the lore works. But there's definitely there's a reason to the respawning. There is something about that in the lore.
That's why you need to watch Slax's. What is it called? Around the Lore House? What is it? Making that lore video with DHL.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's go watch it, kids.
Yeah. Anyway, Yuma is he buying Rapier?
No, he's getting nullified, I think. I mean, I wished it was a Rapier.
What the heck is happening on the ground?
He's doing his little disassembling stuff, right, isn't it?
Yeah, okay.
I think it's going to be nullifier.
I hope it's a Rapier.
I mean, should be a Rapier.
I mean, I think he should buy. I actually think it's the best item. I think if he should buy Rapier and they should go End. I don't think they can stop him.
I mean, I agree. He looks unkillable. He's been unkillable. 11-0-4. He's got great setup around him.
He's doing it. He unlocked it. Sell your Chrysalis.
Here we go.
And go buy Rapier and go.
Now, we have seen some unfortunate early Rapier purchases this tournament, right? Wasn't that even by Nightfall in a game where we've having some Rapiers being picked up and then...
That was Nightfall, yeah.
So, I guess trying to beat Nightfall at his own game here. With Yuma picking up an early Rapier.
Maybe Nightfall, a little PTSD. He sees the Rapier and scary.
No, he's a positive guy. He sees that Rapier and he says, that's got my name on it. He's ready to try and take that out of the hands of Yuma.
I like that. I like that.
But here we go. Yuma, ready to close it up. Very much addressing some of the things that we didn't see from Heroic in game one. This time around, they're leaning fully into it. They have this lead. They want to close it up. They do not want to let Aurora play this slow style of game that Aurora want to get away with. That might just give Aurora a chance to get back into this. They want to close it up, Aurora.
And I think that's the right call. I think it's a great read. Looks like they're looking to go with his wave. He's gotten a DD as well on Yuma, so he is stacked to the 9s. Ooh, big spear.
Oh, indeed. Catching an ollie outside of the base there. Excellent angle from Whisper.
They might get thrown here, I'm not going to lie.
Nice amplified damage. Divine Rapier Jara in your base for 30 minutes. Good luck with that. Outside on the map, Mira's trying to cut the creep wave. Schofield and King Jungles.
Oh, we've got a blade mail.
And Whisper ready to take him out.
And it did not do enough. Okay, well, nice try.
Well, let's see what the answer is going to be to this.
They got to come up with something, because I think they might straight up lose the game to this Aegis.
That's not a bad idea, though. 5-man blade mail, is that the strat?
He just has Satanic, though, and Aegis.
Yeah. Probably wouldn't do a whole lot.
Middle barracks are under attack.
It's not a lot that could do a whole lot at this point. It's a tough spot for Aurora. Heroic.
Satanic. Yep, he's going to use it back to full.
That's the mid-brax gone. They're smoking up on Aurora. Can they find a chance to jump, though? It's going to be tough. Still a minute and a half left on the Aegis of Yuma. Ideally, they're going to want to wait that out. They do not want to throw everything into this before that's gone. Obviously, with the as you can see, has he got the recipe? Yeah, he's got the recipe of the Daedalus in the backpack. So yeah, he's very close to having the Daedalus online on top of the Rapier, Yuma.
Radiant's bottom
That's a
tower
lot of damage.
is under attack.
And he flexes the safety to protect this base.
Yuma. The high ground. Still nearly a minute of which Aurora don't really want to go on the gyro, or at least not spending a lot. Whisper gets a good angle here with the spread of the side. Call the counter play. Snowball buys some time. Whisper coming in with the BKB, does still have the arena ready to drop. They've killed off the gyro the once. Yuma on the round twos. Got to start backing off a little bit. Devi's going to get in aggressive, try and draw the attention over towards him. Snowball makes the jump over towards him, but Yuma's able to put the BKB and he's healing up. Yuma back up to full HP. It's over. GG is fault. We're getting a game 3. Heroic. They shut this game down very nicely. A perfect Rapier pickup into a perfect close-up. They really leveled up after that game 1 struggle.
100%. And Yuma 13-0-7. Great performance from him. I can't help but feel like it all goes back to this forced move down bottom where Aurora dives the tower, feeds an ultra kill.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
like,
oh no.
They just handed him 2,000 gold.
And as a team, they really put it together. And it worked out excellently as well, this dynamic of having Whisper take the Mars to the mid and switch into Divide to this offlane Slardar. You know, last game we did see both of them kind of struggle. This game, they played the fights perfectly.
They did. It was a great adjustment. The draft makes a lot of sense, especially a lot of sense for them. I don't think every team would want to have these heroes, but them having them is really, really good for the way they want to play. Gives them that aggression. Schofield gets to play his silly goose hero. You know, everything looked really good, and I think on the flip side, Aurora, no more Sven if you want to win this series.
That's the thing, right? We're seeing with Aurora, they're trying to make some of these old school carries work, and it's maybe not the patch or the time to do it, Quinn.
No, I don't think so. Nightfall, he tried his best there at the end. Honestly, it looked like they might have the gyro for a second there, but not good enough. Back to the drawing board.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we're, of course, going to be getting a Game 3. Can't wait to see what we get going down in that one. 1-1 right now between Heroic and Aurora.
Heroic fight back. It's fun to see it. They managed to pull it off, and they make it very entertaining in the process. Not necessarily in terms of how competitive it was, but in the little things. Specifically, Schofield was... What a charming performance.
Oh, we love to see it.
We love to see it.
Honestly, this is my favorite playstyle in Dota. I'm so glad that it's viable. I don't know how he always pulls off these little clutch things, and it's always around the Wisdom Shrines. He's very obsessed with those right now. Like, that's his thing.
How would you describe this style? Like, it is Schofield-esque. I think people would immediately understand what you mean by that, but, like, what is the...
I think 9 class and Schofield are in like the same category of player.
Yeah.
Soxa is like 50-50. He's sometimes like this, other times he's like a normal 4, where you're just doing the most annoying things possible on the map.
Like frustration.
Yeah, a lot of the time it's like you're just watching the enemy carry farm, you're walking in front of smoke ganks, you're doing things like that where you're stealing wisdom shrines. Like, a lot of the time, the objectives are, like, secondary to just being present to annoy the enemy team and try to get people to TP and try to kill you. If you can do that while clutching the plays and actually stealing the objectives, this is, like, so many cherries on top of the cake. Like, you don't expect somebody to be able to... Like, how close was that Wisdom Shrine? This was almost frame perfect from him.
Yeah, that was a super cool move for sure. But even, like, putting him on a hero like Nyx where he can do these things when they're also playing from ahead, that denies so much of the map at all times for the enemy without even knowing where he is. Like, that's the beauty of Nyx. You're playing from behind, he's invincible. He could be on your Sven, he could be scouting your careers. You don't know where he is and you're scared to make moves if you're Aurora. That's basically what happened. Like, they did not want to do anything. They just wanted to sit back and farm after they devastatingly lost the early game. Like, that was bad, but it did feel like they didn't have the confidence to venture out onto the map either.
Yeah, those early team fights just went so one-sided against them. and they looked kind of okay at the start, but like they never got the Rolling Thunder off, and Gyro gets an ultra kill super early in the game, gets that fast ags, and that just increases his farm speed by so much because Gyro kind of struggles a little bit in single target damage. He's got great AoE with flat cannon, but once you get the ags, you're basically doing double the attack speed that you had before, and it makes your next damage items just so much more efficient. So from there on, his net worth is going to be high, and they also had the synergy with the Slardar offlane, who maybe in a lot of other circumstances might not feel that effective. But we even saw in the last fight, he throws minus 20 armor on the Timbersaw, and he's dying to flat cannon. There's a rapier, of course, but still like an actual abundance of damage. So their lineup really came together nicely to win that long kind of farm fest game in an effective way.
It does feel like that's where Aurora lost, like when Yuma got that ultra kill on Gyrocopter, because you can't really make Sven work, whose strength is flash farming, you know, hitting that blink BKB and just bursting heroes, and then his team playing off of that. You can't really do that if Gyro's like 4k net worth ahead of you in the first 15 minutes of the game. Like that actually just gimps what Sven wants to do. And if that hadn't happened, maybe we would have seen a closer game, because Sven has to farm now. Gyro's way ahead of him. You can't play through Timber because Timber was first picked and heavily countered within the draft. And now you have this Pango who can't play by himself either. He needs to be playing with the rest of his team who are countered within the draft, who are waiting for the Sven, who's already 4k net worth behind the Gyro before the game even starts, essentially.
I mean, I think Gyro with a gold lead inherently is broken, right? Because you can literally disassemble every item. So if you have a gold lead and you take Roshan, we saw him at a point disassemble his Daedalus and get Rapier because you have the timing, right? It's like if he doesn't have the gold to do that, he obviously can't do it, you know, and you need to have 3,800 gold to build into the Rapier. You can do the same thing with like MKB. There's so many like little disassembles you can do. If any other carry in the game that wasn't Gyro could disassemble like he could, they would be S tier broken. And I still think Gyrocopter is like A+ tier, if not S- tier. It's a very good carry. I was quite shocked to see it fall off like it did in the past couple of tournaments.
Speaking of fall off, can I tangent really quick? Well, it's not tangent, it's directly related. I want to compare the carries in terms of how their impact was. Let's do the head-to-head here. They had a net worth difference that was pretty severe at the end of the game, but the other stats are going to show a little bit of a better story. The total hero damage, look at that, triple the damage from the Gyrocopter versus the Sven. And look at that building.
What?
Well, it makes sense,
I didn't know it was
right?
a 0.
Because Aurora didn't make any moves, so where would they get the building down?
Not even just like a inadvertent, we pushed our creep wave to the tower in laning phase?
I guess not. I mean, 0. You got to win a fight to go hit a building afterwards. Otherwise, it's too dangerous. He hit a Slardar here, and he tried to TP out, but he didn't even kill the Slardar, unfortunately. And that's just the nature of that many heroes right-clicking.
That was actually so unfortunate for Aurora, because that was their debut into the game. They were like done farming.
Here we go.
They're like, it's our time. And what ends up happening where Tusk and Sven were like, okay, let's do this. And then they go on Slardar. They don't kill Slardar. They're like, oh no, we've spent our initiation on Slardar. Then they run away, and then Slardar blinks back in, stuns the both of them, and then the fight is just toast.
Warlock is so shit against Gyro, I gotta say. Like every time Rock was just dying to a few flaks like that, that looked rough. I mean, any hero where you can like hit and like turn and hit their summon, and then also hit everything else.
Yeah.
Like this, he likes playing against Shadow Shaman. It's the same thing. Pugna, you just hit the ward, and then you're still doing your damage to everyone else. Like Ollie had no game whatsoever that game.
Yeah, it's tough.
Justified the first phase Gyro, because it's not a hero that we're seeing be put that high priority that often. But in the hands of Heroic, they make it look quite good. Could I also relive a Schofield smile? Because that really warmed my heart. I want to. There he is.
That's a good boy.
There he is. He's
stealing.
His eyes are scanning.
Has he ever done that from one of your plays, Jenkins?
What, his Schofield?
Yeah, smiled, dumpstering you.
Oh, if I played against him and he's done that?
Yeah, he's done that
all the time. Yeah. All the time. Although I will say, whenever you queue into this guy in pubs, like he's always a core. He actually plays a lot of the core heroes, surprisingly, which is why you see him try to force like Queen of Pain, position 4 and stuff like that.
You saying that Yuma's days might be numbered? They bumped Whisper up to mid laner.
I think Yuma's doing just fine.
He's doing fine.
He is such a big reason why this team is like top tier now. Yuma has ascended as a carry. Nice to see him have some good games.
Good. I am happy to hear that, because I feel really like his praises have not been sung that often.
Yeah. No, I think he's like best player on the team. Depends on the hero. I mean, if he's Meepo, TA, probably. Like, legitimately, the guy's insane. I mean, it was his early game that made this game look so dominant. Him going through the portal, like, that started everything. People call that the Yuma rotation now. That is the Yuma rotation. He always goes through the portal, that exact timing, especially on Gyro.
Well, how about the decision to change the Slardar and the Mars lanes? Because initially, based off of... Because you were saying that Slardar generally considered to be more of a mid laner these days. And Mars definitely more of an offlaner these days. But instead of player swapping, they sent the Slardar to be offlane in Devi's hands.
Works because Whisper mid, right? I feel like when you have Whisper mid, you know you have a player who can play Mars. And then also if you've like a Nyx as your position 4, you're going to cut waves anyway. It doesn't really matter what your 3 position is. Like, you're going to get something out of lane.
I do feel like only this team could do that, though. I mean, maybe you could make a case for Falcons flexing Mars to mid at some point, but it's because that Heroic was just recently, I mean, Whisper was just recently an offlaner. You can do these really odd flexes, which is, I believe, what they're trying to do with the Viper, that people don't understand why they prioritize so highly. They like that they can throw it mid, they like that they can throw it offlane. They're trying to build that dynamic that Falcons has, where our offlane and our mid are actually going to be the most flex players. And it's cool to see it happen because they do it in their way. Like that game 1, it didn't really look like, oh, this is so heroic. They're doing the heroic right now. It didn't give that energy, but this game, it really did.
Let's see if they can perhaps bring that heroic energy into game number 3, or if Aurora will figure out a solution. We'll find that out after the break.
DreamLeague
Final game of the night, coming to you live right now. Heroic taking on Aurora, where after game one, I was discouraged by Heroic. They'd already gotten pipsqueaked silly yesterday, and then after this game one, I figured they didn't really have it anymore. But I've been proven wrong, and I'm happy to see that, because this is a team that has a LAN victory in the past 3 months, and that's usually a big feather in your cap. Some of the mojo because you changed your rosters. This one I had no such experience.
Then again, they got top 6 at TI.
Yeah, but then they changed analog.
Yeah, okay, but I'm just saying it's not like the Parker situation. It's like TI is bigger than any event other than TI.
Would you say top 6 TI is better than winning a LAN?
PwC. Sorry, he said TI is nothing bigger than TI, but you meant obviously the Esports World Cup for the ESL
two big
Pro
ones.
Tour.
There's the 2 big ones.
That's right.
But I'm saying anything throughout the year, it's like there's all these LANs. You got these hundreds. You got these Falcons winning the LANs. Nobody gave a shit about Falcons until boom, they win TI. That's all people care about.
Yeah, they had a slow year until that moment.
Yeah, and why was it slow? They're winning all these LANs.
On 20.
It wasn't that slow. They won 3 tournaments before TI.
In 2024.
Anyway, my point is, in defense of Heroic, it's different. Things are different now. Okay. They brought South America and put it back on the map, getting a top 6 at TI. That's a really, really big deal. So I hope to see them break the streak of win 1 tournament in the year and then just
fade away into irrelevance.
Just fade away and be like, okay. You know, they always beat the bad teams, but then they lose to the good teams.
Yeah,
I hear you.
I want them to be a threat, a persistent threat.
Yeah, exactly. We want a top 8 consistent Heroic because they're so fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a Steenie helping them now.
That's true.
Right?
We have not noted that too much, but yes, if anyone has not been paying attention, after Astini left Parivision, he has been adopted by Heroic as an analyst, though he claimed. Because Cass is still the coach.
Yeah, but I mean, he's still providing ideas, and maybe that's what they need to not fall into that pattern that Jenkins was talking about, where they do well and then they don't. Maybe that little bit of a switch up can change things for them. But I still do think they have core ideas that exist regardless of Astini's help. You know, this team does have a strong identity.
Sometimes it just helps to have more flexibility and another like really high level analyst that can go toe to toe with your analyst. That sometimes is nice because then that person has less of a burden as well. That's going to free up their mind also. Maybe Cass will be able to do a better job because some of that burden can be offshored to Astini or vice versa.
That's very true. I mean, we've seen that work for teams like Liquid in the past.
I mean, they also think very similarly. Like, they're really good close friends. But I know that they often talk about things regardless of being on the same team together or not.
The ideas right now are banning out Abaddon, Marcy, Timbersaw, and Jug from Heroic. Aurora, they take out the Nyx Assassin first phase ban, along with the Gyrocopter first phase ban and Shadow Demon. Aurora first pick a DK, and Heroic respond with a first phase Terrorblade.
I guess it's just a common reaction, I suppose, because
the DK.
TV has really high armor. The DKs are all going green, which means you do physical damage with everything. So your high armor versus his minus armor is going to be really resistant, and you can also do what you can reflect him. Nice.
Yeah.
They also played versus Terravision a couple of days ago, and the one game that they did win in that series was a TV response to a DK opener. So they really believe in this idea, and to me it feels like a lot of their responses to popular meta heroes are actually through Yuma. Like last game they let Timber through because Gyro was still in the pool, like he wasn't in the ban list, and they snagged the Gyro for themselves. Aurora's like, okay, they banned the Gyro out, so then they have to ban the Timbersaw.
Right.
Like they don't have means for a lot of these heroes outside of that carry position, which to me speaks so highly of Yuma. If he's their guy that they're responding to the threats with. Like also had a TA response to a Timbersaw. They're like, okay, Yuma will handle this. They did lose that one, but it's cool that that's where they're developing their ideas.
Yeah, he pops off.
If I'm reading the bans correctly, is that why they opted to ban the Timbersaw after the Gyrocopter got banned?
Because that's their idea. So they're okay with giving it away as long as Yuma has
can
this
get Gyro.
hero.
Yeah. And I think just on one more note for the TB versus DK is like the way DK likes to play the game is like jumping and insta bursting one guy. TB at a certain point gets so much health and has so much armor that you can always turn around and get a Sunder off. And when you're a hero like DK who has insane effective HP yourself, a like 10% HP Sunder is It's completely devastating. This is also something. I remember DK had an incredibly high win rate at the start of PGL, and then the win rate started to drop off quite a bit.
10 seconds
And part of it was coming from Jakiro, Batrider, very high magic damage heroes being picked that don't really care about DK's innate tankiness that comes from both the regen and mainly the armor. So I like this as a response generally. Like DK likes to really hard commit to fights, and Jakiro's like, okay, stand on my fire, like have fun, you know.
Especially if you can sit back and like counter initiate with stuns and things like that. It's so nice.
Love this. I love this pick. So this gives them that answer of like, you know, we're just saying it's very hard to burst the TB with DK. Scarif Mage does not struggle at this. Any hero stunned will die.
You know, all these heroes have wings.
That is true. Some of them are vestigial wings. I don't think Terrorblade...
Legs. He's got legs.
Terrorblade doesn't use his, but he does have them.
Legs are effectively wings of the ground.
This guy does not have wings.
That's
deep.
very deep.
Yeah.
Very deep.
Thank you.
Centaur will get you out of the fire. That's good. TB's a little bit mobility limited too.
Yeah, I was expecting more of a anti-Terrorblade stuff coming out of the offlaner, though. Like, Underlord was still left in the pool.
I think Centaur is just a high-value hero regardless of who he's laning against. He does well in most lanes. If you can pair him with something like a Skywrath Mage, he will be fine. But he's also just incredibly tanky. Like, if you have to split your attention between killing Centaurs, killing DK, it makes it very hard. That's why we do see a lot of teams pair DK with Centaur.
He's also a obvious Crimson Guard buyer, so rather than be a hero that's good at killing Terrorblade, he can be the guy that protects his team against Terrorblade. And damage block on a very low armor hero like Skywrath Mage is incredibly invaluable.
Yep. And there's this idea that, like, when TB presses meta, you just stampede away. You can pick and choose your battles if you think that's the losing one.
That is a nice one for sure. So I'm imagining it's a Schofield Jakiro. A lot of teams are running it as a 4th position these days. What about a Shen? That's still in the pool for KJ. Is Summons just too bad against tanky boys like DK and Centaur?
I guess who would they play behind early on with a Chen? Because TB, it's not going to be him for a while, and it won't be the Pango either. Like, usually it's like a DK you throw in. You can throw his body at a tower. You've got Chen army behind him. You've got the ability to take advantage of that.
Okay, so they'll it's Schofield Tusk, KJ Jakiro. I mean, that makes sense. This Centaur lane, I think Jakiro does well against Centaur, but Sky is a hero that beats Jakiro in lane because of the magic shield that you have. So, like, we've seen that matchup go in Sky's favor.
5 seconds.
It's also dependent on how much help you can get, like when you're trading as supports on the side, like who is helping you. And I think it's much easier for TB to press reflection and help for Centaur to connect on the battle occurring. So it feels relatively even for me. But I do like Tusk conceptually here, because you look at Aurora, they're like, okay, what's the plan? DK's going to stun somebody. They're going to Mystic Flare somebody. Tusk, if he gets that early Blink Dagger, can be the snowball save against that initiation of theirs.
10 seconds remaining.
Especially if you get level 2 before they do in lane. We've seen in a couple other games today, the Tusk plus Terrorblade is just so strong at getting kills with tag team and shards and meta. Very, very simple kill. God forbid it's Skywrath Mage that gets caught.
My question for you guys is, like, at what point do you look at Aurora's draft and you think that it's getting redundant? Because it does feel like a lot of these heroes do the same thing. Like, they're going to be in first, they're going to blink in, they're going to be in your face. There's not really that.
Dude.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Night God took Ursa versus TB, because like a lot of the time you see the opposite matchup get picked. Like people pick TB into Ursa because you just cannot burst TB. Turns and sunders you. Sunder doesn't like Sunder works fine through the damage reduction. Like I've seen Ursa's even go Revenant's Brooch to try to counter, but it doesn't work with Fury Swipes.
But maybe that's the case when you don't have stuns to pair it with, though. Because between like Centaur and DK, they do have some stuns. Eventually he'll get Bash or Abyssal. Like they can kill a TB. And as soon as you have the ability to kill a TB in that, like, you know, 4-second stun burst, the game just completely changes. Heroic's not going to have anything left for Oomph. So there's obviously going to be snowball saves. So maybe it's not going to happen. But
yeah, this is a really good Tusk pick, actually. It's all single target. We need to burst this one hero. And Tusk is like, all right, have fun. I'll put my snowball, buddy. Like Frosty freaking Snowman, right, Neil?
Totally. Because he's like a wintry hero.
He's like a winter guy, Purd.
You're right. You're right. We'll See who Whisper wants to bring mid. Batrider gets banned out last phase by Aurora, and Heroic looking to ban out another support hero from Aurora, and they take out the Pugna, who I'm actually shocked makes it the last phase.
Aurora
Whisper
Gaming's
Batrider would have been a
turn to ban.
nasty last pick. Against all these melee heroes, you don't really care too much about Skywrath Mage either.
Yeah.
You gotta ban the Whisper Cheese.
He's got his Invoker still.
That could very easily also just be the Pango.
10 seconds
You know,
remaining.
doesn't have to be a Divide Pango.
One really nice thing about Whispering being mid instead of offlane, it feels much
5
easier to play
seconds
cheese heroes
remaining.
there. Offlane, you're more restricted by like your lane matchups and stuff, but now he can kind of do what he wants.
Oh, you know who it's gonna be? Oh my god, he's gonna pick Veno. That's what he's gonna do. He's gonna be a Veno mid. Just think of, I mean, you have the Centaur ult to run away, but you're playing against like 3 kiteable melee guys and a Skywrath Mage who doesn't like playing against summons. I'm just trying to think, what's the cheesiest thing? You Whisper last pick, you see a whole draft, it's 3 effectively melee heroes against you as the cores.
I don't know if I like Veno against Ursa though.
10
At some point he's going to start blowing you up. Maybe you get Yules, but
It's not
5
cheesy, but
seconds
is Monkey King worth considering?
Whisper Monkey King. It's not his
Heroics turn
style of hero.
It's not. Dazzle?
Oh.
solve some counterplay, give some armor to the team, protect against what, Tusk or Pango for their jump.
I mean, it makes sense in that you have all of these heroes that want to go in. We've talked about how the 3 cores on Aurora essentially do the same thing for them. With Dazzle, you can kind of protect them a little bit more, make it so that you can reset, disengage, go back in. Because you look at Aurora's draft, they don't really have teamfight cohesion, right? It's not like, oh, we're going to go in and out teamfight them and play for that. They have to go in, like, find key targets, weave out, go back in, and that's the way that they're going to play these fights. Whereas for Heroic, like, they've got this Pango to play with, they've got this meta to play with, they've got Jakira's Macropyre. Their team fights are a lot easier to do. So with Dazzle, they're basically just saying, okay, we're going to win lane, and we're going to dive you, and we're going to use this Dazzle to the best of our advantage to keep you alive. Will it work, though? I don't know. It's hard to do what Aurora tried to do in this draft.
Choose your
Okay. They go for the ultimate lane dominance.
Is this a Whisper hero? Because I've been seeing a lot of these mid laners are like, oh, Huskar is very viable right now. Surely I can play Huskar.
You kind of have to play Huskar right now. I
Yeah.
feel like he's been out there in the pub spamming it. He must be. I mean, Mikoto playing DK against Huskar. I'm curious to hear Quinn's opinion on this matchup in a 1v1.
Yeah.
I imagine that Huskar can probably just stand on the DK's hill and destroy him.
He's still going to get cauterized, Facet. Or is he going to do the percentage-based damage? There's a lot of tanky, high HP heroes on the enemy team. Might be kind of good this game, but maybe it's just safer to play with the Dispel. There's still slows and poison touch and stuff.
I feel like you do so much damage anyway without the other facet.
Sure.
5
And
seconds
that burst
remaining.
heals crazy good.
I mean, I would imagine, like you said, Whisper has been practicing it. You have to, but it's a great Huskar pick, like truly. And it's going to be all you need is for it to win mid and then just play with your team. And like I mentioned, Aurora's draft is quite difficult to do. Like they can hit a nice timing where if they win their lanes, get these early blinks and keep diving and forcing the issue, they can maybe overpower Heroic for a little bit of the game. But any one mistake by Aurora, like heroes like Huskar, they're going to take that Aegis. They're going to play with this Terrorblade. You have to deal with this hero while getting whacked to death by TV in the back. It's going to be tough.
Here's what you do. Put the sentry in the tower, tier 2, bottom lane for Aurora. So that way Toronto Tokyo can get a free lane. You had dual lane mid. You got to dual lane the Huskar right now.
Wow, okay.
But I'm curious. I actually haven't, I'm not completely sure of DK versus Huskar. How bad is it for DK? I imagine it's bad, but I'm not a mid laner.
Sure. Purge, what you feeling?
I do like the Huskar pick a lot. I think he's going to be able to disrupt fights very effectively, and as long as he doesn't get exploded in the initial burst combo, he's going to be able to do a lot of damage in Snowball.
Seeing a very inquisitive look from Quinn Callahan over there. He's focused, he's thinking.
He's inquiring.
Hand on the chin, considering the options. Perhaps we'll get a chance to hear his voice as we get into the last game of the night. It's time for game number 3 with the PogChamp Pandas.
Prepare for battle.
As honey, sweet as honey. Дайте поиграть в доту. Fist bump. Trick of the trade. Yes. I have punching for you.
Here we go, game 3 time. Ladies and gentlemen, Aurora versus Heroic. And that last pick, Huskar, coming in. I'm looking at the stats here. He played it once in 2023, once in 2024. So he's making sure he gets his 1 game in a year here, at least on the competitive, the professional level. Here in 2025, Whisper on the Huskar, Quinn.
I've never seen it before. I'm not going to lie. I believe that he played those games, but I have not seen them. He's silver tier. That is not the mark of someone who's super experienced on the hero. It is a very, very good Huskar game. And to answer Jenkins' question, it is extremely good against Dragon Knight. This lane is horrendous, to put it lightly. I'm curious if they are going to dual lane mid. Me and Owen were theory crafting. Maybe Dazzle needs to dual lane mid. I don't know what they're going to do.
I mean, because, yeah, it could get rough pretty early. It could be brutal. And, you know, we have seen Honestly Whisper pop off and in some of the games on Heroes that, he's shown us what he can do on the mid lane. Sure, it's not been a sort of smooth sailings here at this tournament, but definitely in some of the previous ones, Whisper showing he can bring out some surprises.
They're doing the smoke. So they should know about this. He should not die to this, but he's not a Huskar player. So does he know? He knows. Does he know? Oh, no, he doesn't know. Oh, he's dead. Oh, he purged it, but he's actually still dead. Man, we're fine.
Oh. No, he's dead. No, he's fine.
He's fine?
He's
what was happening? He was fine if he walked down.
No. But they got him. First blood for Ollie.
Man, brother, that's what happens when non-Huskar players play Huskar, man. Oh, my goodness. Well, that will give DK some breathing room for sure, but he did not get the last hit, so his boots will be slightly later than if he had gotten the last hit. DK's gameplay is just going to pull waves now, so it's a pretty big kill for him. Because laning is impossible, you can't even try, so just need to start pulling waves as soon as you can.
Well, let's have a look. Let's have a look how this one goes down. What are we seeing for the side lanes with these drafts that come out in game 3?
I think Heroic should come up pretty well on both side lanes. Top, I think they'll do fine. Pangaloon's a strong enough hero that they should do okay. They are just pulling waves to start. And bottom lane, there's a Jakiro. Jakiro Terrorblade, about as strong as lane as it gets. I imagine Heroic should do very well bottom lane. At least while these metas are running.
Doesn't want to spend any too much time there chasing Schofield out the lane. Wants to the wave. Let's see how Whisper sort of fixes things up after having that unfortunate death at the start.
Excuse me, he has Dom queued up? I hope that's a misclick.
Oh, that's the secret tech on Huskar.
No, it's not. It's
what
not.
Is it?
Pub warning, that is not the secret tech.
I mean, maybe just automatic. He's going to change it. He's going to change it.
Hopefully.
I'm looking forward to it.
Is under attack.
To see, he's definitely like looking uncomfortable. Oh, there.
Ollie. He's going to be fine. Oh, is he? The shots are actually pretty solid here from Schofield. Swashbuckle as well. They got him.
Not bad. But when I watch him, like the way he's laning, he's not very comfortable on this hero, I think. And you can even see, like, I even think the skill build is wrong against DK. It should be 2 points in the spears. He's honestly doing totally fine in the DK so far. So between the First Blood and Whisper's inexperience on the hero, we'll see how much he's able to do in the mid game. Whisper is obviously an incredibly skilled player. So even on a hero he's not the most comfortable on, he should still be able to do very well. We'll have to see to what heights he can reach, though.
Because indeed, so far, Makoto is going to be pretty happy with how they've managed to set things up. On the bottom lane again. That's been on towards Toronto Tokyo, but he's able to back away. Top lane. Trying to chase down Schofield, but again, you never want to spend too much time chasing Schofield away from the lane. So stick to the creeps. Focus on the CS. Nightfall definitely getting shaken up more this game than we saw him get sort of shaken up in the laning phase of the other two. Bit of a slower start for him on the carry this time after 2 games of sort of complete free farm. in that safe laning phase.
I also think it's a pretty bad sign when you have Dazzle on your team, and I mean just in general, but especially when he loses the lane. The hero is so much about that early game, because you look at the mid game, he's got no nukes, he has Grave, and he has like some baby heals, but that's about his entire kit. So if he's not in a position of strength where his cores are really strong, they can chat up for him and he can, you know, play that scared backliner, then the hero can have some real issues having impact.
See bottom. Get the slowing onto the two of them, both Mirror and Toronto Tokyo falling incredibly low.
Is under attack.
Yuma posturing incredibly aggressively here behind the tier 1 tower.
Heroic safe lane, both this game and last game, really sticking it to Aurora.
Mirror will be fine.
Pick the Centaur into this Terrorblades. Like they saw both heroes, right? It was a double counter pick from Aurora. And it is a Jakiro, so even if you have counter pick, you can't really do too much, but you would expect it to go a little bit better than this, I would hope.
Decent damage onto the tower here on that first aggressive play at 5 minutes in. Pretty much half of the tier 1 gone.
CS is still very good for Centaur, though. Like, if you look at the net worths, like it feels like he's more heavy. Look at the net worths, only 100 gold difference.
Top lane, trying to get aggressive to take down Schofield. Could they get the deny? They can't. Ollie's going to be able to get the last hit in to take Schofield down.
Look to your own.
Right, getting turned around upon there where they did try and jump in aggressively themselves. Nightfall and Ollie, they were ready to turn that and take the kill themselves.
I'm curious to see how this Huskar gameplay looks. It's always fascinating to watch players who are sort of newer to heroes, similar to how we saw Malrine playing that Primal in the off lane the other day. It almost feels similar. How will he adapt to playing out of his comfort zone, especially in a key game 3? They took a long time thinking about it, a lot of options they were potentially deciding between, and they landed on the Huskar. It is a great Huskar game for the game, and you wonder, was that teammate pressure? Did Whisper want to play it? What were the dynamics that led to them actually picking this? It's hard to know without being there.
We'll be able to get some pressure onto the tower to help King Jungle swinging over towards the mid, leaving Yuma on his own down bottom where he should be fine. They're also seeing if they can get the chance to wrap around onto Makota.
Is under attack.
If they can get the angle to set something up. Schofield off the mark. The grenade and shards won't make it happen, but they still look to make the jump forward here. Whisper in with the ultimate. Ollie's ready to back Makoto up with the Grave. The spears are stacking up. He's going to try for the TP out. The heal comes in. It's going to be okay.
He's fine. Wow.
Ollie coming in clutch there with the saves to give him the chance to TP out of this. And Whisper's pretty low, but should be fine regenning up at the side. Schofield and King Jungle, they can turn and win the support battle. They take out Mirror. They're going to get the trap on towards Ollie as well. There's Ollie.
I think Nightfall's going to die here.
Nightfall's going to be able to kill
Schofield.
He might be able to kill Whisper as well. Whisper also dead. Nightfall's just eating them up.
Holy
Gets the double. Toronto Tokyo's here. Does not. Oh, he does. Yes, Dunsbar up and ready. Puts the stuff to King Jungles. They're going to set up a Nightfall to get a triple. So we saw last game what you must sort of get this early ultra. This game we're getting Nightfall getting an even earlier triple.
That was incredibly clutch. That would have been a massive disaster. Both supports dying for nothing, but Nightfall says, no, I've got a TP scope for a reason. Buys his cornucopia. I can go straight back through the gate with the mana from that.
Yeah, that's huge.
It is massive. And also looking at Yuma here. Will not find him, looks like.
I'll see back on the replay here. I mean, obviously at this point, Heroic feeling like, well, we can win this trade. We're going to kill these supports easily. But indeed, it suddenly turns up a level 5 bear. As you say, hitting the 6, ready to push on for more. And not a chance for Whisper to get away from this one.
It was, honestly, if you look, it's actually a really big misplay from Schofield. He could have just walked away from the Ursa and kited him. Then the Huskar can jump and burn his attack speed, and he doesn't have the enrage to purge the attack speed slow from Huskar. I think they could have kited him and killed him, but Schofield making a rare mistake in one of these skirmishes and feeding him to level 6, like that actually determined everything. I think they would have killed Ursa, would have been horrible for Aurora, so maybe a little bit lucky. Aurora probably felt like they outplayed them, but Schofield, a little bit of a whoopsie there.
And yeah, no helm with the Dom today. And it's an armlet.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Radiant's bottom
it does have the blink queued up, which is the like very crazy gung-ho Huskar build. There was a period where everyone was trying this build. Some people were doing it. NTS and Emo were buying it a lot. And even Malrine tried it some, but eventually everyone backed away from it because it is so volatile, and you can ruin your game very quickly if you die once or twice going too deep.
Playing. Look at the chase down to divide with the Rolling Thunders there in time.
Is under attack.
Be thinking if he can get back in onto them, but into the three of them, a bit too risky. Divide will play it safe. Sure that he doesn't get set up upon by the rotation of the sky.
And I think after that big TP play from Nightfall,
quick stampede from Toronto Tokyo to save himself.
I think Aurora in a pretty comfortable position. You can let your Centaur keep doing the 33, dragging waves with the creep, farm it up, and have your other heroes make plays. Huskar, it's not a great core-to-core matchup against Ursa unless you're really farmed and familiar with how these little interactions go. Pangler is going for a Vestal, so his scaling will be drastically diminished. It's not going to be that super farmed carry-esque Pangler we see from Amar so often from the offlane.
Setting up around the mid. Nice pop on towards Makoto. Scoper trying to come in from the angle, but they find him straight away. I'll get the chance to snowball up towards the high ground over towards Mira. Gets the shards down as well. Whisper jumps in, takes out Mira. So Yuma seeing if he can find a way into the fight to try and get more, but don't have any further catch. So Aurora will be able to get the majority of them away, just losing the Sky on that play.
One advantage of the Blink this game, though, is if the Stampede is on cooldown, he can solo kill anybody besides the Ursa, probably, and even the Ursa, depending on how many points he has in silence, how the skirmish is played, he can solo kill him, so it does give him a lot of aggressive threat. And with no Blink daggers in sight for any of his teammates for a long time, I can see why he wants to do it. Whisper, a very naturally aggressive player, so it fits his normal way of playing the game. We'll have to see, you know, he's not going to go for it. He's going to buy the Sanj, play it safe, play it normal.
Top, Divine, considering the opening on towards Nightfall. Nightfall, not afraid of them whatsoever. Trusting in the fact that he's got Makoto waiting in the sidelines. Want to actually start a fight, a defense in return here, Aurora. Now starting to fall pretty low.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Difficult for them to really get a catch onto any of Heroic to really sort of start something.
Bottom on Whisper. Really strange decision. They see his TP, and even if they didn't, he could have stampeded away, so a bit of a waste. I'm surprised they're not making this move toward top. One of the big weaknesses of Centaur is he's incredibly terrible at TPing into fights. One of the heroes, maybe the hero's single biggest weakness is he's really bad in these early skirmishes if you're not coming to him. So if they did choose to attack top, they could get with the TP as well, the meta coming up, and they could open this tower pretty easily. But with this TP, Nightfall's going to have several more minutes of unfettered farm top. The Ancients, I'm actually messing up the stack a little bit, but still farming up this area. And Aurora, we know how much they like to chill. They're going to get the Blink Dagger on DK during this downtime.
Kodo definitely getting out of this early game in a solid way, considering he was obviously handed that matchup against the Huskar. Sure, he's behind, but not by much. Definitely with potential to make the moves to get back ahead. Blink Dagger online. Top lane, Rogue, they should be able to finish off the tower this time, as low as it is. Unlikely Aurora's going to do anything about that, so the tier 1 will fall. Now the smoke comes into play. Looking to make use of this Blink. Dragon Tail Mystic Flare combo. Let's see what Aurora can find. So Yuma would be the dream catch. He's already getting out of it. TP's actually just over to the tier 2.
He knows.
To quickly get away from this position.
Playing for the farm, maximizing. Good read from him, knowing that, hey, DK's been missing a little bit. It's about that time you expect him to have Blink and just saying, it's not worth taking the risk. We're not going to fight this. For some reason, Heroic supports, you see them leave this top area. They took the tower, they had control, and they kind of give it back a little bit. So Nightfall allowed access back into the woods here. Even though the tower dies, he's still going to be farming just fine. Able to take whatever can't be wants. Because around the time normally you'd see Huskars want to take that Roshan, to take that area and to prioritize it, but Heroic not opting for it right now, despite Crimson Guard not being online. Ursa farming his Blink Dagger, still quite a ways away, so maybe missing a window here. Huskar without that acceleration in that first big team fight can get insta-killed. His game real rough if you're not careful.
mean, for Heroic, how risky would it be to try and get away with an early Roshan? Are you sneaking at this game with the fact that, you know, we know Aurora are going to play this sort of passive defensive style?
I think it's definitely something you want to do.
Yeah.
Especially if you see Aurora heroes elsewhere on the map. Because you've waited a long time, it might be a little too late now. He's finished an entire Crimson Guard on Toronto, Tokyo, so he is super farmed. This TB will be useless in fights. We've seen this recipe before. You pick the TB, they buy the Crimson Guard. TB needs a long time before he can actually enter these fights in a meaningful way against that item.
Most careful on this top lane in the sense that they were expecting Heroic to maybe show. Vi, King Jungle's by his side. Aurora not pushing on. There's the blink sent out now here for Whisper. Maybe with that, I mean, because what sort of tempo are you looking to play as the Husker? You've got this blink now on top of the sand and the armlet. Are you trying to get in the faces of Aurora?
I do think you want to take fights, but to be honest, you're not overwhelmingly stronger than them anymore.
No,
you've been farming for a while, and they've been farming too, so things have leveled out a little bit. There was that period where he was untouchable. That period is gone. He can die if he overcommits into fights, and so I think you need to play this sort of skirmishy pick-off style. You bought the Blink Dagger. You want to play in these side lanes. Look for little kills here and there, but they don't have the warding for it right now. They do have one ward on the gate top, but no vision bottom side, where Makoto was farming, and Aurora just playing full maximizing Dota, working on their second and third Blink Daggers on Toronto, Tokyo, and Nightfall. And when they have those, I think the fights will be a lot easier for Aurora. This impending timing could be a real problem for Heroic, who, I'll be honest, they just look uncomfortable. Whisper does not look like himself. He hasn't been that same dominant force we see on his comfortable heroes.
Dazzle.
Dire's middle tower.
It does definitely feel like that when they do turn up and try and fight, as you say, with all the blinks on Aurora, it's just going to be kind of a blink stun, and the follow-up damage, Mystic Flare and Ursa on top of them is going to allow them to pretty much kill any of the Heroic's cores. A lot of pressure is definitely going to be there on Schofield to come in with clutch snowball saves. Heroic will now start to look to maybe go for the Roche. A little careful about how they go about this. Well, we've got to keep eyes on Whisper to make sure, you know, does he get caught out mid-arm that toggle? You never know. But he should be fine.
The other Jakiro helping him.
So it would take some very unlucky situations to die to this rush.
Yeah, it would be some statistical anomaly for him to get bashed like 5 times in a row or something.
He's got it. So Aegis into the hands of Whisper. Let's see what they do with it. If they do anything with it. Game slowing down.
They need to get these lanes in. They're not really holding any areas. You can see them push the wave in, and then they just sort of walk away. They keep giving that traction back that they're getting. To Devi, he's bought a vessel, and he has 0 charges at 17 minutes. That is not what you want to see when you buy this item. You're buying it because you want to skirmish, you want to fight, you want to be involved in the game, and nobody's been involved in anything.
No.
It's been full peace treaty.
Both sides are chilling, and you can't help but feel that, you know, Aurora, they kind of revel in that sort of situation a little bit more.
I would have to agree. When you think of Heroic, you think of go crazy, get a bunch of kills, play that fast play style. Aurora the complete opposite, so they are definitely in their comfort zone, and Heroic, more ways than one.
There we go. See what they can find. They got to find something. A failed smoke at this point is only going to hurt them big time. Who are they on track to catch? Because at the moment, I mean, if they do sweep back over to their side of the map, as we can see, there is a DK and a Sky over here. Makoto wouldn't be a bad one to catch.
Will they, though? He's got the blink up.
Regeneration.
A ward to spot them.
The jump in gets him caught with the silence, though. Ice bars there. They find the Dragon Knight.
Holy moly. That's the pure Dota skill you see right there. He beats top after, spots the Ursa.
Yeah, maybe see if they can make a quick play and turn it into another kill. That would be huge for Heroic, but Aurora, they've already got Nightfall backing out.
Mind blink. Honestly, not that far from getting him, but close but no cigar.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Up to pick up the farm in the mid.
He's mid. They're going to have some gate control, so can bounce back and forth if they want to, but not really pressuring that much of the Aegis. About halfway through it, still haven't really done too much. Going Shivas on Centaur, great item choice this game. Against the Pangolier, the Terrorblade, the Huskar, so much right-clicking, so much physical damage, and the HP regen reduction, obviously amazing against Huskar. Really smart item decisions from him so far. Hasn't really interacted with the game at all, but when he does, he will be a force to be reckoned with.
They'll go for the tier 2. Fortification will come out. I mean, I imagine what if you're Aurora, you're kind of like whatever. You can take this.
Probably. I think they're gonna wait up this Aegis, and if I know Nightfall, he's pinging that BKB, guys, saying, "Yo, guys, wait for my BKB."
It's coming soon. Should have the time to grab it. Of course, Heroic, they want to do everything to stop the chance of Aurora getting this just sort of freedom and time to farm it up. They've taken out the mid-tier 1 tower. Aurora, see if they're prepared for Heroic heading over with the smoke.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Looks like they know. Ollie seems to be breaking, offering up his life, sacrificing for the greater good.
Got the Stampede. Whisper jumps across him because he's trying to look to see if he can find something bigger than just the dazzle. Ollie obviously left behind. Whisper doesn't find the chance to catch anyone else. It's found Mirror. So at least getting the 2 supports out of this one, Heroic. Is it getting anything else? Doesn't look likely. The rest of Aurora, the 3 cores will survive. So Heroic not going empty-handed, but still not quite the big heroes that they want to be taking out.
It does feel somewhat that Heroic is chasing Aurora. They're not hemming them in. That's the feeling you want whenever you're in that dominant, strong position. You want to be squeezing them into a smaller area. You don't want to be running behind them on the map. Because that means in a lot of ways you're sort of trailing behind their farming pattern. You're not hitting that many creeps. And you may get a support kill here or there, but in the meantime, they're farming a whole bunch of creeps, and it's not going to really net you as big of a gold lead as you think it is, compared to controlling areas, continuing to farm yourself while preventing the enemy from farming. And Heroic feels like they're chasing a lot more. And the Aegis almost out. And Huskar, without the Aegis this game, he cannot jump into a bunch of heroes. He will just die.
So that's sort of as much as they could get with it. We'll see what they can do without it, Heroic. Aurora, they know that time is coming up. The Aegis is expiring. They're ready to start the fight themselves into the fact that that's not going to be there anymore in the hands of Whisper. See who they can find. Aurora, Odo, ready to spot up to fight with a quick blink there. Mustafi getting caught by a Dragon Tail potential.
Dodging that gank. Very clutch reaction time. We're going for the much-needed BKB this game.
They're trying to head over into this fire row. Looking towards Toronto Tokyo here, of course, incredibly tanky Schofield. Looks to make an aggressive move on towards the 2 supports on the backline. The Crimson Guard's been popped out, providing the protection. Good control with the Rolling Thunder onto Toronto Tokyo, but it's not enough. Toronto Tokyo is fine, gets the Stampede and the Who Stop off. They turn, blow up Divide as the Pan goes out of the fight. The heals coming out from Ollie, making sure Toronto Tokyo is still good to go. Whisper gets it incredibly aggressively, but they just turn and kill him straight away. Yuma's still trying to push on forwards, but it's 3 versus 5. Yuma has no more fight to sort of be had here. He's got to get out. On the side, Makoto, he's made the jump. They found Schofield. It's just not looking great, Quinn, from Heroic. They try and go into this fight. It's just not coming together for them.
No, to be honest, Whisper just doesn't know his limits. He's trying to figure it out. He's trying to feel out what to do, but the map movement, the way he's fighting, he just doesn't know the hero. He's not an expert on the hero.
Yeah, that jump. Like, you say, well, because what's the problem with this? Just going far too aggressive, jumping into the 4 of them, or what?
Yeah, in this Ursa matchup in particular, when you're not ahead like this, you don't have the Aegis, you need to let Ursa jump first, and you need to hit him once he's jumped in. You need to kite him, because if you full commit and Ursa hasn't jumped yet, he's going to instantly jump you and explode you. You've no massive amounts of armor, no Satanic to survive through his hits. Nightfall only has to hit him 6 or 7 times, and he just dies. It's rough. It's rough.
2K lead now. Not the biggest of numbers, but definitely that's the just sort of underlying feeling that the next fight, one more good fight going the way of Aurora, and this lead is going to just blow up against Heroic. Game in a very delicate position for Heroic. So back in action in the mid. See if he can get out with the blink he can. So Schofield should be fine. A little bit of a win there. It's the Stampede out.
That's nice. Yuma, been a quiet game for him. He is continuing to farm up. Hasn't really done anything wrong in this game. It's just hard for him to kill anyone. You look at Heroic's lockdown. Terrorblade, that's the thing he wants most in a draft. The thing he really needs. He needs stuff to lock him down so he can dish out all the damage. He's got two big problems. There's a Shivas and a Crimson, so he doesn't do all the damage. He's not that end-all, be-all, kill everyone Terrorblade. And on top of that, his only catch is a Pangolier and a Tusk, but there's a Stampede, there's a Grave to buy time to kite back, reset that meta. It's hard to point a finger at something Yuma's done seriously wrong, but it also feels like he hasn't really done that much.
Aurora starting to sort of bring the pressure over towards Heroic's map more and more. Smoke up from them. See what they can find with a jump. Down on the bottom, Nightfall, he's not afraid to just get him with the BKB and kill off King Jungles.
Well, not sure if the BKB was needed. Could have ulted potentially. Slightly shorter cooldown. But got the kill. And I think any kill you can get in a slow game like this, you take that gold boost to the next item.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yuma putting on the split pressure top of the illusions. Aurora still hovering around the mid. They'll start to split back up now. I'll send Toronto Tokyo up top to deal with that split push pressure that was being put on by Yuma. Heroic, can they maybe try and make a move whilst Centaur has left the rest of the team? They're not really doing it without revealing themselves, as they will show in the mid and the bottom lane. Not going to be catching Aurora by surprise anytime soon with these sort of moves.
Makoto. Okay.
He's got a Stampede. He's got the BKB. He's on the run. And he's going to opt for the TP out. And I tell you what, he gets away.
Wow. I'm so surprised. I thought Scorpio was going to get him.
I thought, yeah, it looked like he was going to have time to sort of get around the trees and get him with a punch, but it wasn't to be.
He played it really well. He knew he wanted to stun him, and TP was spacing him really, really well there, but got a little lost. I'm not sure if it was misclicks or what happened there, but I thought he was going to get it off. But does escape from Makoto. Really close call. We see, like, has sort of been the theme for this series. Aurora, even though they're in a pretty decent position, choosing to keep playing it slow, play it safe, wait for more and more item timings, believing that we've got the late game. This TB, this Huskar, they don't have what it takes to play against us as we get more and more items, and they may be right.
Nightfall starting to that little bit of a lead in the carry matchup, and very close to just a recipe away from getting the Abyssal Blade out. And an extra sort of stun. You know, all three of those cores with that opening, that jump potential from Aurora that's going to make the fights very scary for Heroic. As I say, the saves coming in from Scofield, so you have to be perfect. Top lane Whisper has been found. He'll get the BKB off and manage to run this time. And they actually turn and fight. Devi's going to try. But the Rolling Thunder looking towards Ollie. They should get the Desert. I said that. Big heals coming in. Stampede as well. Doesn't matter. Ollie still goes down. Nightfall. He's in on top of Yuma. They found the Terrorblade. The snowball save will come in. Buys him for a little bit of time. Can he get any sort of thunder off for anything? Yuma is down to the low ground. He'll get the thunder off to King Jungle to get Yuma's HP back up to full. Device trying to finish off Nightfall. It's not going to happen. Nightfall turns towards Device. Whisper. He'll jump in. Will manage to finish off the Nightfall kill. Can Heroic get anything more from this? Whisper still dancing with the idea of sticking around for the fight, but Makoto catches him with the Dragon Tail stun. Toggle up to the high ground. Whisper surviving. Pushes the two at the back. Whisper playing perfectly around the edge of the fight this time round. Makoto's going to die. They'll turn towards the Centaur, but the TP out will succeed. Heroic making it work that fight. And this time round, Whisper able to play very nicely with the moves, stays alive, and sort of baits them into trying to continue the fight. Whisper, he comes out on top this time.
That was really well done. What a fast learner to like sees how the last fight played out, understands perfectly how he needs to do it. You're right, he stayed just on the edge, in and out.
We'll see it again here.
That was masterful.
And to sort of make this call as well, you had to use the BKB pretty early on the Huskar to get out of that sort of situation, but even amongst all the chaos, he reads the fight and knows that he can get back in as he does with this very aggressive blink and get away with it all.
No, even just this first blink down here, there's a period where he's just waiting for 10 seconds, just looking, waiting for Ursa. Ursa blinks in, he immediately blinks and starts hitting Ursa. You can see him getting super low from the spears in the vessel here.
Yeah, it's just straight in. But seeing that chance to keep the fight going strong. With moves like that, they do start to take back away a little bit of that advantage that Aurora had against them. A very well executed fight, not an easy one for Heroic to pull off, but they do just about.
No, that was a high skill fight. You could tell they won it just by tooth and nail. So close for it being a disaster. They pull victory from the jaws of defeat, and now TB, top net worth off of that, gets a couple big kills. Has the Scotty finished out, moving towards Pyke. Still, you feel like his damage is a bit on the low side of things against the Shivas, the cart. A lot of defensive tools from Aurora, but they get the Aegis.
Aurora. Right out. Even though it's obviously Heroic that got the Aegis into their hands, Aurora weren't afraid to immediately move out of the map. Look for this sort of aggressive move. And they can swing towards the top lane. Let's try and take this tier 1 down.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Heroic. Just after that last fight, seeing the chance that they do have to out-execute in the team fight situations. I mean, do you imagine we're going to see them go for moves with this Aegis?
I think they are down to take a fight, but I'm not sure if they will be able to get a hold of Aurora. They haven't really shown throughout the entirety of the series that they've been able to, right? It generally feels like there's periods where Heroic wants to fight, Aurora dodges them, and they just can't find them. And from the way heroes are moving around, it kind of looks like that's going to be the case. Almost has the Satanic finished up on Whisker, so... Whisker. He's not a cat. He's a Dota player. Whisper. So he is able to fight that Ursa a little bit more. Huge pickup, to be honest. But they're kind of just huddled on their side of the map right now, not really thinking about smoking for what it looks like.
We're considering sort of stepping into the high ground triangle, but maybe they've got the numbers now, so they can feel that they head up. Stay pretty safe in this area. Tokyo's going to try for the jump on them. But he'll try to get the jump on him in return. Obviously, it's a tanky Sensor out to pot the Stampede. Graves going to be there as well, trying to keep Toronto Tokyo alive. He's still got to get away from this Huskar, though. Whisper stacking up the spears. Toronto Tokyo rides out of there with his own cart. Will survive. Divide. He's in trouble. They turn towards him. He's actually able to kite out Nightfall, though. Now Nightfall with his BKB coming around. He's got to back off. Whisper in with another jump. There's Great comes through again, bailing Nightfall out. Heal is going to be there in a second, but Whisper jumps for Nightfall, turns against the matchup. Doesn't matter. Whisper survives. They've killed Nightfall off. Now he turns over to Toronto Tokyo. They get the 2 big pickoffs. Heroic making these fights work once again. And it really feels like Whisper, he's leveling up on this Huskar now.
Absolutely. He had a rough early game, but he has really turned it on since then. Played this fight super well, and Nightfall, you can see the two-sided nature of this Huskar Ursa matchup. He jumps in really deep, but he doesn't really get enough. And then now, Huskar jumping on him, the massive damage from Life Break, the silence, and we didn't talk about it that much, but it is a really good Terrorblade game. Almost all of the damage from Aurora is physical. There's a Skywrath mage, but at the end of the day, it's a support hero. Against 21,000 net worth cores is not going to be the same amount of damage that they need. Ursa, Dragonite, the single target physical damage, it's what TB dreams of playing against. With the Butterfly queued up next, it's an amazing Butterfly game. Both these heroes, not big fans of the MKB, even though Nightfall does have it queued up, so big timings on the horizon.
Absolutely, and keeping it close to the numbers. I mean, 33 minutes in, 13-14, and less than 1k gold difference between the teams. We obviously saw those earlier moments where Aurora did feel like they were having a bit of better control of the map and the game. The last few team fights, Heroic coming in with the outplay, keeping this game incredibly competitive here in this game 3.
one problem for Aurora is also, look at Makoto's inventory, right? He's got a Blink, Force Staff, Soul Ring. There's not really any damage there yet. He's got the Armlet, but he's more playing an off-lane sort of stun in and out role than he is a real solid core. And on the other side, it's Centaur here, who's a very supporting hero, right? You're blinking and you're carding people. It's a very much about tanking and kiting, which leaves just Ursa to be the big damage dealer, but it's against a Terrorblade. It's against a Huskar with a Satanic now. Saves from Ursa, 4 stabs. It's not that easy.
Last few fights, Heroic have done a pretty good job of making sure that that soul sort of, you know, sustained damage out with the Ursa, and Nightfall, he's just not able to do it. They're controlling him and ensuring that when he does sort of look to pop the BKB, lock down on a target, he's just not getting the chance to get the hits in.
And the AC coming up next for Whisper. At the rate this game has been going, he's going to get there before the next fight. That just means even more tank ability, even more armor to cut through this physical damage-centric lineup of Aurora.
Picking up one down bottom, Heroic.
Schofield has butterfly queued up. I have a feeling he's not going to buy that.
You never know.
Radiant are scanning.
You never know.
Maybe.
Yeah. I actually really like this adjustment from Yuma. He sees that Nightfall bought the Demon Edge and switches to Daedalus knowing this ain't a Daedalus, it's an Ursa. This is an MKB. And pre-switching to the Daedalus now, Nightfall buying an MKB for no reason. Pretty big item build sort of swapperoo here.
I mean, but that's when you one-up him and you buy the Rapier instead of the MKB on Ursa.
It's Rapier and Ursa.
Nightfall's not afraid to buy a Rapier.
That's true.
Nightfall. He's walking in his horse. The quick jump straight away on the Schofield. Schofield's gone. Nightfall now turns his attention over towards Whisper. Whisper able to put the BKB and run. They get the jumps done and Hex combo on towards Divide. Divide will immediately buy back. Whisper and Yuma now in a pretty good position to start beating back into Aurora. Aurora then back away, or at least try to. Toronto Tokyo, can he get his way out of this one? Over to the side. Whisper this time gets turned upon and taken out by Nightfall and Makoto. So now, Dragon Tail onto Divide. Divide, he pulled back for this.
Oh boy.
That's the chain stuns coming in. That's a die back there from Divide on the Pangolier. I mean, they really felt that they could try and put everything into that fight. And it's a good thunder there from Yuma. But is it good enough? Nightfall's going to get saved by the Grave coming in. And Yuma still dies underneath the tier 2 tower. Schofield turns with a punch up onto Toronto Tokyo. But the Crimson's back up. Toronto Tokyo's fine. That's all 3 cores now dead on Heroic. Aurora keeping one another alive, and they're ready to try and dive for more. Toronto Tokyo, he's looking up to the high ground. Moving in past the tier 3s. They won't get the chance to make any plays onto the last 2 left alive, but they don't really care too much. It's only the 2 supports. Aurora, they got what they came for, getting the 3 cores, and one of them twice. A dieback on Divide.
You can't be making mistakes like that. We've talked about it before. You have to be so careful with these buybacks in these fights. But I don't think the buyback was necessarily that bad, but really goes in over his head, extends way too far once his Huskar is already dead. Almost feeling a little bit desperate for a fight when the desperation wasn't needed. They were in such a fine position. And this fight did not need to go like this.
No, I guess they sort of felt that they had that sort of positioning on the high ground. Even though they had that at the start, Heroic, Aurora, they were immediate with that jump. As soon as they get the chance to get on Schofield, they just eliminate the tusk at the start to make sure that there's not an easy chance for it to get some sort of save off. And after that, also able to kind of hold on to, I think it was the BKBs in particular on like Nightfall and Makoto, you know, not use them immediately so that they could sort of bait Heroic into this longer fight and then still have them ready to go. So in certain situations, as we saw, Nightfall could just turn and get the swipe stacked up on Whisper and take this Huskar out of the fight.
Yeah, this fight, I think, was pretty similar to the one we saw by the bottom Roche pit where Whisper overextends a little bit. He was totally fine, but blinked in trying to chase the Ursa and the DK. Ursa turns on him and eats him like a snack.
That one hurt big time. Yeah, for Heroic. Overall, this game very close on the numbers up until now, but now with that fight in the bag, Aurora 10k gold lead, Aegis and Cheese ready to play with.
You have to feel similarities between this game and game 1 where it's back and forth, Heroic with points of strength, Aurora with points of strength, but whenever it lasts these long games like this, it just feels like Aurora is more in their comfort zone. Heroic tendency you see like in this triangle fight, pulling the trigger a little too fast on the buyback, making small mistakes.
Look at this straight away. Just running across the map and diving in for these easier kills. Not afraid at all, Aurora, at this point.
Same time though, Yuma is splitting the bottom lane and Scopo pushing in top, so despite losing a kill, losing your mid tower, not the worst map position, but Makoto has finished that entire AC, so turning more into that Chad. We'll start to poke at the high ground a little.
A bit of pressure coming in on the top lane. Rogue trying to make sure that they don't feel completely free, Aurora, to make this play with the full 5 of them, as indeed they'll send back at least Nightfall, deal with this, and that will cause the rest of them to fall back from the push for now. So Aurora, they'll sort of reset, get their lanes in a bit of a better position before they do try for the high ground push around the stages. They've still got plenty of time. 3 minutes left with it.
We mentioned, you know, the physical damage component of Aurora. Well, that's shifted quite a bit now with Sky, Kai Assange, Aether Lens, level 18, and Centaur. He has the shard, he has the heart. These double edges will start to hurt. They will add up. And on top of that, the Pyrrhic Cloak, a ridiculously good item on Centaur. Run into the fight, press that on anyone, pretty much any hero. Cast your spells like a maniac, and people will die.
Team fights have certainly got a whole lot more complicated for Heroic, with the way that that last one ended up crumbling. Aurora. Vi's going to get out of there as Aurora do start to make the push on this bottom lane. Obviously eyeing up that final tier 2 tower. Toronto Tokyo seeing what he can force out from them. He's going to get held back by the Yules of Divide.
The way he stopped. Fine, I won't stun you, whatever. Also drawing the line up and back. I'm not exactly sure why. It feels so much stronger to me, but
I mean, I guess what do they want to just sort of hold off for the 42-minute wisdom?
I guess they're just going for the Tormentor. Nightfall said, I'm going to go kill that real quick. Give me a sec.
Maximize some of these objectives.
Guess his own shard. Pretty value. Ursa shard. I'm surprised he doesn't have it yet. It's a very good shard.
Are scanning.
For Heroic, I mean, what sort of the upcoming big items do some of these cores have? Like, or supports? Like, is there anything huge that they're working towards that could be the difference maker in how difficult these team fights are for them at this point?
BKB and Yuma is going to be pretty big. Allow him to sit there and consistently hit a little bit more. We've seen him having to, you know, go back and forth a little bit, not able to full commit. This will allow him to have more consistent DPS, which is what they need. Pike on Whisper, certainly not bad. Kiting Ursa is the name of the game. But doesn't feel like they're as impactful as, say, this heart on Centaur. The AC finished off Makoto. Whisper shied away from that now, so there is that AC disparity. One of the strongest items in Dota when you do get to buy it.
He's just about to expire. Aurora, do they want to try and go for one quick attempt to the high ground? Looks like they will. Nightfall ready to get straight in. They're ready to follow up. Heroic starting to form the defense. They're devising with the Rolling Thunder. The opening on towards Makoto, but the BKB in Toronto Tokyo is ready to take him out of here. Gotta watch that Aegis timer. 20 seconds until it leaves the hands of Nightfall. They get the control on the Wartoya. They found him at the start of the engraved himself by a little bit of time. Yuma had to put the BKB. Can he find himself to get into position to do the damage? He's trying, but Whisper's already died by his side. That's the Husker out for 90. Defy also finished off. And now Aurora with the Stampede. They're ready to dive into the base. Bully Heroic back. And there's the jump. Toronto Tokyo goes straight up towards the fountain. In with a 2-man Who Stomp. Sets up for them to take out Schofield. Aurora very nicely picking them apart there. I mean, they knew that Heroic was going to be tempted to try and take that fight as the Aegis was expiring on Nightfall. It goes horribly, horribly wrong for Heroic.
Just, you can see the items stacking up. You can beat lineups, but it's hard to beat gold as Aurora builds that lead outside the base.
And Toronto Tokyo is ready to try and pick up potentially more kills on the way out here. Teasing around with Humor up towards the fountain. Nightfall also getting in on top of King Jungles. Another one for him. The buyback will come out from King Jungles, but the rest of the three of them, as I say, do not have the luxury of buybacks. Aurora ready to close this up. The Who Stop into the Mystic Flare. They'll pick Yuma on the way out as well. GG is called. Aurora take game 3, and with that, the series 2-1.
Well deserved. They played a very slow, methodical style. I think not what many people would consider the most exciting Dota, but it gets the job done. And a W is a W at the end of the day. That's what matters. That's what gets you moving on to the next stage, getting more of those. So kudos to them for pulling it out in the end.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Nightfall having a great time. 15-2 and 6.
They played a very slow, methodical style. I think not what many people would consider the most exciting Dota, but it gets the job done. And a W is a W at the end of the day. That's what matters. That's what gets you moving on to the next stage, getting more of those. So kudos to them for pulling it out in the end.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Nightfall having a great time. 15-2 and 6 at the end of it all on his Ursa. Made some very nice early moves, something that we don't always see him do, but that was absolutely beautiful, right? Coming in with that level 5 Ursa play at a point where, honestly, if that doesn't go the way it did, maybe Heroic would have got a little bit more of that early momentum to sort of really get that advantage around this Huskar lineup.
Yeah, it was honestly a pivotal TP. I think it may have been one of the single biggest moments in the game, getting that triple kill, shutting this Huskar down. He went from the strong, big, bad Huskar who's dominating the DK to, just doesn't have the armor yet, he's scared. And then suddenly some of that inexperience on the Huskar hero starts to show a little bit more.
Absolutely, a tough one today here for Heroic, whereas for Aurora, going to show that the play style that they love to execute with can absolutely work out in these sort of situations. They pull it together a little bit more in this game 3. It looks great from them. They take the series 2-1 against Heroic.
Which means that their series score is now 2-2. Aurora was able to win against one win, and now they have won against Heroic. Well, they lost against Na'Vi in day number 1, and they lost against Tundra on day number 3. Heroic, meanwhile, things are looking a little bit trickier for them because they have now lost 3 series in a row. They got a Yakult Brothers win 2-0 in day number 1. But they lost to Parivision, they lost to Pipsqueak, and now they have lost to Aurora. And maybe it's because they're trying to imitate other types of Dota that might not be in their wheelhouse. I said it at the end of the draft, Jenkins, that
Whisper is going to completely shit the bed.
That is not what I said.
You are a bad guy.
You may have read between the lines because effectively that is what I was proposing might happen if he wasn't familiar with Huskar. After seeing this game, I'm led to believe he's not that familiar with Huskar.
I would like to defend him.
Okay.
I would very much like to defend Whisper because watching that game, I was so thoroughly impressed by his ability to just transition into a whole different type of player than what he was as an offlaner. There was that one team fight where he completely won it on his own, just like playing the outskirts of it, re-engaging, pushing back 3 people, toggling. Like, Heroic would not have won that had he not done it. I just think that Aurora had a really good idea on how they wanted to make Mikoto's life easier. Like, they 4-man ganked, or 5-man ganked even. It was like 4 people. They ganked him level 1. You know, they killed him. They slowed him down, which is really important to do versus Huskar. And then whenever Huskar started to get active within the triangle, they brought numbers. Like, Nightfall showed up, cleaned house, got 3 kills, and that made his game that much easier. So it was more of Aurora having a good idea of what they wanted to do versus Whisper doing badly.
Yeah, I think both of the, actually a lot of these games in this series specifically was pretty farm heavy compared to a lot of the other games we've seen this tournament. And I think that's maybe a reflection of their standings prior to this moment, is that both teams maybe are playing a little bit on a patch from like 2 months ago is what it feels like. They're playing more farm heavy, waiting for their timings. A lot of the other teams are like action, action, action. In this case, it paid off better for Aurora because they had very bursty heroes in the late game. They were able to actually jump and catch and kill people within 3 seconds. Whereas on the other side, Huskar needs to attack like 7 to 10 times to like be sure he's going to get a kill, assuming that guy doesn't have a BKB. So
and into a dazzle.
And there was a dazzle.
A very strong hero in this game. I'm a little shocked that it's not picked up a lot more. I remember there was a while dazzle was really OP. Then Ancient Apparition started getting picked as a counter to it by Falcons.
Right. Okay.
There were some answers, but the meta has changed, and now I really do feel like every game I see dazzle, like it looks good. there's these fights like you just can't burst people. You cannot just go on the guy that's in front of you. You cannot just like jump and burst one guy. You have to go on the Dazzle. But then if you go on the Dazzle, Dazzle saves himself. You need something like an Ancient Apparition, something like there's very specific counters to Dazzle, and I don't feel like they're getting picked right now.
That's tough. I do have some clips I'd love to look at from team
to see
fights. I slightly remember what they're about. Roche fights, execution of their disables, that kind of thing. This was the really nice one, I believe, that Huskar kited a lot. He blunked to the low ground and got a lot of attacks off with the burning spears. Was able to kite his opponents basically and wait for the right time to go back in. It kind of looked like a lost team fight here with Yuma getting low and being forced to sunder defensively, but this time he read it really, really well. Jumps in, silences the Ursa, and scores a nice kill, dodging lots of damage and basically able to continue staying alive. So that was a really good team fight execution by them. But they need kind of these long drawn-out fights for it to go well. Here's a great jump by Aurora, instantly killing the Tusk. He could have maybe bought back, but this fight looked kind of goofy at this point. Pango did buy back though, and at this point it looked pretty good, but the Crimson Guard was just stopping all of the damage onto Toronto Tokyo. And between him being able to cart potentially out of danger range and Dazzle graving as well, it just made it so hard for them to feel confident about getting a kill here. That was a Holy Locket with the heal on top.
This was the fight that we were like, oh my god, this Dazzle is just balling out of control.
Yeah, he really was. And they almost killed Nightfall as well. He pops his ulti after getting sundered. Then he gets graved afterwards. Then he's going to get healed last second. It's just really tough to kill these tanky guys. I thought even Toronto Tokyo was going to die. He didn't die either. And here's another really great jump that they did. They did a scan here with a little scout into just instant devastation. No Dazzle on the other side to keep those heroes alive. That's kind of how the game kind of continued. It was them jumping, blowing a guy up, and there's no counterplay when you're losing a hero at the start of the fight.
Rough turn of events.
Yeah.
But mastery of the hero, mastery of the synergy, and maybe mastery of the offlane.
Ding dong. Oh, I wasn't sure who I was getting.
Ding
Hello,
dong.
Здравствуйте, братишка.
Здравствуйте.
Как дела?
Средне. Нормально.
Oh, хорошо, хорошо.
Пойдет.
Okay, we're gonna do English now. You played some Centaur that game. Congratulations on the Centaur. Do you find it very boring to play this hero?
No, because I'm farming, and I'm enjoying farming.
You like the farming? Yeah, I noticed you got a really late game Blink Dagger in this game. If I'm playing Centaur in my pubs, when do I get a Blink Dagger? How do you know?
Like, if you really if you think like you should be like insane big core, you don't buy Blink.
Okay, so you're just pretty much never gonna get that. How would you say you guys are in terms of power level? Like, obviously your roster is kind of new. Are you like 5 out of 10 good right now? Are you 7 out of 10? How good would you say you guys are?
I mean, I feel like we are obviously better than we started right now.
Yeah.
But still not what we want, you know? We wanna we still have information about like how we wanna play, but still not doing it like perfectly. So I hope we will keep improving, but it's fine now.
Yeah.
Not too bad, I would say.
And are you personally hoping for a patch to come out in the middle of Dream League? Because that tends to happen for Dream Leagues.
I mean, I don't care. I have good hero pool now, and like right now I'm fully prepared for this tournament, but like by myself personally. So maybe like I wanna win, you know, on these heroes that I prepared. So yeah, maybe not right now, but after it's fine.
Okay, win the tournament and then they can change up. I wanted to ask, by the way, were you guys speaking Russian before on the team? Like when you in your comms, were you speaking Russian before getting the new guys?
Yeah, we were speaking Russian.
So you switched to English now.
Yeah.
You don't ever like sometimes speak in Russian and then the other guys are like, what the hell are they saying?
You know, when you like kill somebody in game, what are you crying sometimes? Like, suck it, piece of shit, maybe.
Yeah. So could be
something on
like.
Russian.
Yeah.
Something on Russian. Sometimes I do like.
Sometimes it slips out.
When I kill somebody, you know, like.
Yeah.
On Russian, like. some words.
It's uncontrollable, you know.
But it's like it's for fun, you know.
Yeah. It's good words. You're hyping up the team, and of course they also know what it means too, because we all hear it in our pubs. So you know we know what it means.
Yeah. Sure,
I want to show you a picture real quick, just see what you thought about it. Can you see? I'll go close. You see that?
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
He's fat. Like, but funny.
What if you turned into that cat? Which teammate on your team would you, if you had to survive as a cat for a year, who would take the best care of you on your team?
Definitely not Nightfall.
Why is he dodging all the interviews, by the way? What's going on with that?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm going to ask you one more stupid question, and I'll send you over to Purge. Where's the best coffee place to go in Belgrade, would you say? Where should I go for coffee?
I don't drink coffee.
You don't drink coffee?
Yeah, no. Mira knows, maybe.
Mira knows? Okay, is he there?
Ты знаешь, где самый лучший кофе в Белграде? No, he doesn't know.
He doesn't know. Give me a restaurant then. Give me a restaurant to go to. What's your recommendation? You've been there for a while.
Right now, sometimes I'm visiting because it's close to my home. Like for my apartment, it's like it's in Galleria. So it's like Asian like Chinese restaurant. I ate like fried rice here and like beef with garlic. It's very good.
That sounds good. There's a big Chinese population in Belgrade, actually. Everything I've had in the Galleria Mall sucks, by the way, so I've definitely missed that place. But Purge?
This one is very good, actually. This Chinese restaurant, I like it.
I'll look for it. I'll try to find it. I'll scout for it. Purge, up to you.
Hey, I have a Monster Hunter question. I was curious how much the in-game monster hunting influences your pubs, and through that vein, does it influence your guys' early game ganking? Are you doing it more often?
Like in official, it doesn't work, sadly. But in pubs, I just don't really care, to be honest. Like, I just pick what I need, maybe. Like, it's different, like how to say in English, like stones, right? Like different stones.
The pieces.
So yeah, different pieces. What I need, I'm like choosing this hero, and I don't care really. If I kill him, it's fine. If I don't, it's not. I don't care.
Thank you.
Okay, one more question from me, Toronto Tokyo. I got another picture for you. What do you think of that one?
It's respected.
You respect this one, okay? Yeah, that's. Effie, you said you have a question? Okay, one more question. Then we'll let you go, Toronto Tokyo.
If you were a dog, no, I'm kidding. In game 2, when you guys picked Sven, do you feel like the game went wrong because Gyro got an ultra kill? Like, do you think the draft would have worked out differently, or do you think it was just a draft mistake?
To be honest, I think our draft was fine, and I think we could win this game. But it's for sure it's like ultra kill from Gyro. After this, it was very hard to win. To be honest, I think it's like was my mistake because like I didn't. My team was coming to me. I was kind of baiting, but didn't calculate enough. I think if there we kill Gyro, and we could kill them here because we had Rock and Panga could TP as usual, we would win this game easily. It was kind of like, I think it was my bad, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Toronto Tokyo. We appreciate it. You're still my favorite team, regardless of Nightfall not taking the interviews. Tell them I'm a bit upset about that, but of course, it's always great to hear from you. Good luck. Bye-bye. He's a patient man. He's a patient guy, dude.
He's very amusing.
Yeah.
Watching you interact with them is amusing.
He was willing to cooperate the whole way through.
The mall that he's talking about is the bougiest mall.
And all the food's bad at it?
Yeah, well, because rich people are out there eating like fried toad and caviar and this crap. If it's an egg of something, I'll eat it. Oh, eel eggs, I'll eat that crap. You know what I mean? So it's like...
You know what's surprising? When you asked for coffee recommendations, Mira didn't have any. He looks like the kind of guy who, in his free time, would enjoy cafes.
That's right. Tokyo claimed it.
He gives off like the, you know...
Mira would know.
He does, and Serbia has a million cafes.
Quiet poet enjoying his coffee when not playing Dota.
Reading a book in the corner.
Exactly. That's the vibes.
Oh, man.
Whoa, who's that?
That's Santa.
Maybe Santa hasn't seen your cat photo yet. Maybe we should go show him.
I can show him.
Santa's browsing a collection of things, but we also have a collection of things to keep an eye on, which are all the results for this day of a Dream League. As now we have completed 4 full days of Swiss, which means yet again we are whittling down the number of teams that have remained undefeated. Only 2 remain, OG Esports and Falcons. OG got their win against Spirit today, and Falcons got their win. Wait, why was? Oh right, that was the Buchholz seeding situation because they pipsqueaked. And they got the win above Pipsqueak. Meanwhile, the other end of the spectrum, 23rd and 24th placed, Passion UA lost against Nemesis, and 1 win lost against Enigma.
They have 1 win. Come on, you can't be making
They
that.
got to get 1 win.
No way.
They got 1.
They got 1.
1 series.
But they did not get the game win against Enigma. If you missed out on everything from today, highly recommend watching the last 30 seconds of game number 1 of Enigma versus 1 win. One of the craziest base races you could have ever seen. And because Enigma gets that win, they also get a few more EPT points, because every single series gives you money and EPT points, making our way to the Esports World Cup. Here in Dream League, it's 21,100 points, but that number will increase as we get closer to summer 2026. It's a crazy base race, though. How much? It was, I think I saw...
It was 1 hit away.
47 HP Ancient.
Mm-hmm.
That was the difference between just 1 game, but it could have been cool.
Devastation of the highest degree, I would say, for the other boys.
That's what they say. But there's still a chance for 1 win to get 1 more win tomorrow, because we've got more games that coming up. We are the last stream to complete our games, so we already know all the other matchups. Over on our stream, which is the bottom right, we've got Extreme versus Virtus Pro. We've got Tundra Esports versus Nigma Galaxy. Oh boy, Nigma's back on the mainstream. And then to close things out, Pari Vision versus Spirit. Effie, you got a match of the day that you got your eye on out of these?
Of course I do. You just said it. Paravision versus Spirit. Hello?
Oh, I thought...
First of all, my Spirit...
Oh, we got a graphic for that. Cool.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, look at the small little tiny graphic there. It came up when you said it.
Oh, thank you.
Change it.
No, don't change it. Don't change it.
Don't change it.
Don't change
Tundra
it.
versus
Don't
Nigma
change it.
is the match of the day.
Team Spirit match of the day.
Listen, any match, Team...
Look, they're both the match of the day.
They can both be, but I think Team Spirit have shown a lot of different...
Oh my
Can I glaze them for 2 seconds?
Yeah, go
for it.
Sorry, this is just...
Can we just
because
glaze
we don't
them?
have Aiden glazing liquid,
Yeah.
so we gotta have you
And
do
I've
it.
never glazed them. I've always been super unbiased, but I want to glaze them now. I want to say that they have been trying a lot of different styles of play, and they don't look their best, but they've been trying new things every day, and they're improving, and it's really cool to see a team that was famous for one specific style adopting so many different things. So watch that one.
Yeah, Toro
Watch my team.
Necrofos. We love to see it.
The varieties.
Why'd you say it like that?
Huh?
Why'd you
I said
Roll
it.
those R's.
I said
That's
it
how
normal.
Necrophos says it sometimes, right? No?
That's just how his name is pronounced.
I also want to do some glazing. I want to glaze some sculptures, because that's how you you put it into a kiln and then they solidify, because we've got some things to look at. If you could all join me as we take a look at all the sculptures that we made out of our modeling clay. That was the assignment for day number 4 of Dream League, and well, we've got some real creations here. Santa, I see that we've tried to seasonally adjust some of them. We got candy canes, but I was hoping that you could maybe give a watchful eye as we show you our little props that we made. We've got a nod of approval. Jenkins, would you like to show off a few of these?
A few of the... Okay, well, this looks to be Pudge. This is from the morning crew. How do I show it off?
We're gonna just do a little pivot to the camera. This is a Pudge that we have. This is a...
That's another Pudge.
Whose favorite hero is that?
Void. That's Faceless Void. Yeah.
Here's another Pudge.
There's a pen. There's a pen in it for stability, I see.
You guys are, in terms of power level?
Techies. You may have seen this one earlier. It's the bazooka. Don't misinterpret it.
Oh,
come on. That was Slacks for sure. Put that in there.
Slacks created a Techies.
Yeah.
It's like the rat. It's the rat, the mouse one.
Honestly,
rendition.
not bad.
Yeah,
could you slide a few of those over down here?
Here you go.
Actually, this is Effie. Effie, you want to show off
What?
your creation?
Jenkins also made
We
it.
did it together.
It's a duo
So it's
creation.
a duo creation. Okay, you can't really pick it up. It's gonna fall.
We can do a little tilt.
Just do that. Be careful. Wait.
You want to hold the...
Good.
Oh, there you
Wait,
go.
wait.
It's doing it.
Wait, sorry. The staff is, okay, this way. That's Kowlin,
The Earth Spirit.
the spirit of the earth.
We didn't have that much time to attach the staff.
The staff we couldn't attach, but like he's got earrings and, I mean, this
All right,
earth
let's
spirit
move
needs to eat more protein, for sure. But the concept is there. Hey, the staff!
The concept is there. Staff rolled off. I made a variety of items because I'm not good at following directions. I think these are solidified enough. I got a blink dagger. I've got an observer ward or a sentry ward. I didn't decide which one it was. I've got a clarity.
That one's nice.
Thank you. I've got a little tango, a little baby tango, with the amount of
one's actually
plate I had left. And then, okay. Well, it turned into an Aghanim shard halfway through, but it started out as an Aghanim scepter.
That's a good joke.
There you go. Thank you very much.
You were quick on that. You're like, if this breaks, I'm saying that.
I got a backup plan. And we have one more real creation. Earthshaker, I take it.
I'm scared to pick it up. Just slide it.
Look at that fur on the Earthshaker.
See, I knew that was gonna happen.
Relax, Kevin.
That is good attention to detail on the texturing work there.
Wait, you forgot the last one.
The last one
I think I should move to this camera.
a little bit more abstract.
I think I should move to the middle camera for this one.
Go
Would
ahead.
you give me the technology?
Go ahead. We're gonna go overhead on this one because you've got to read it from top down. There's text involved. There's a little thought bubble. And it's a thought that all of you have been having for the past 6 months, I imagine.
Is that where? Yeah. Okay. So this is Gabe Newell, and he is calling T Governor and saying, "T Governor, it's time to start the stream. 7.40 is coming out."
I'll bring it back so Santa can choose it.
Bring it back.
Okay. Well.
Santa's got to pick a favorite out of all of these. Though you will see the return of all these because tomorrow we're going to paint them. These are just the blueprints.
I bet you half of these are gonna explode in the kiln. We'll see.
I don't even know if we're kilning them.
Oh, okay. Just gonna leave them
Just
drying.
going to leave them air drying.
Okay.
Santa, now that you've seen all of our creations throughout day shift and night shift, it would be our honor if you could pick one as your favorite. He's pointing. Tidehunter, the Gabe, the Crystal Maiden, the Observer Ward. All right, a nice little round of applause for all of the best.
But we're very competitive. Night Crew was 3 for 4 of them.
That is true. Although surprisingly, Effie, you've taken Santa's. Well, you didn't say there'd be prizes.
Oh, we got prizes.
You didn't say there'd be prizes.
Wait, what did I not
Wow.
Don't worry, I was gonna fight if it was a competition between day and night.
But it's not a competition.
It's a competition.
If it were, I would have. I had a speech ready.
Oh.
Anna, was it a competition?
It was a
See,
competition.
it's a competition.
But we won anyways.
We won anyway.
That was very competitive.
I'm trying to get. Nope. That's
I'll
not.
fight you.
Well, that's it for the day number 4 of DreamLeague Season 27. I hope you all have been enjoying the show and come back tomorrow for more action. But before we leave, the PogChamp Pandas.
Thank you guys. See you tomorrow.